this stage. Massive, massive, massive congratulations for getting here. My name is Teddy Rouge. On my left is my colleague.
And my name is Robert Bob Okello. You can call me Mr. Okello if you like.
Today, we are celebrating all of the work that you have actually done and all of the things that we have created together. We're just about to get started. We're waiting a few minutes before we actually kick things off. But just to give you a heads up on what is happening and what the schedule is going to look like is what we're going to give you, and then we're going to just give you a heads up of what's coming for today and tomorrow before we get started.
Absolutely. So today we have quite a number of things lined up. We, of course, beginning our sessions at exactly. So in about 10 minutes, it will be a sound check. At about 10 a.m., we'll be getting started. The morning is going to be having a couple of speeches from some of our partners, but also that's, of course, coming in from Hive Collab, who is our local implementing partner. We'll be hearing from NITA as well, and then we'll be hearing from ITC as well. And then we'll be joined by some of our, government representatives. We'll be having someone representing the Minister of ICT. Then we'll be hearing from the Embassy of the Republic of Korea. The ambassador will be joining us this morning as well. And then we'll be having a brief presentation that gives us some of the results. Today really is about, giving a report of what this journey has been. So we'll be having a presentation that really gives us some of the things that have been achieved in the last, 3 years. But also somewhere in there, we're going to be having a very exciting moment where we'll actually be having an investment deal, going to be signed up live on stage. So we won't spoil it. I'll just leave it at that. When you see it, you will know, okay? And then we'll be also having a quick some of highlight videos about this program. And then we will be breaking off for lunch. And Teddy, what will be happening after lunch?
We are having a challenge. So in the afternoon, we will have the brain sessions. We are going to have a bunch of panel discussions that are going to kick off to actually discuss in detail the successes of the program, what we have learned, what is yet to be accomplished, how the ecosystem has evolved this period of time. We'll be joined by several partners from NITA-U, from ITC and COSME as part of the afternoon discussion. And then we will also just do a quick wrap up for the day's events.
Hello, Linda.
We are together, and then ending the session for today. Hopefully you stick around. We will have a networking event where hopefully some of you will solve the world's problems after a few glasses of wine. Yeah?
But it's not going to end today. Then tomorrow, we will be back here as well for yet another exciting, list of things that we're going to be doing. But tomorrow's focus is going to be entirely on the startups. We're going to be having demo days the whole morning. Tomorrow up to 11 a.m., we'll be having a hybrid pitching session where some of our entrepreneurs will be pitching here, and they'll be joined by a team of investors from Korea, actually, via Zoom. At the same time, there's going to be breakout sessions, one-on-one with investors from Korea as well. That's going to be happening tomorrow. And then in the afternoon, we will be, of course, having also several cohort 4 startups pitching live on stage as well. So that's going to be a very exciting, afternoon as well for tomorrow. Yeah.
So all of that work, for those of you that made it to this stage to present at this stage, I hope you have gone through and you have practiced. I know I will be, for those that are going to be presenting, I will be leaving additional notes on your pitch decks to make sure that you are pitch perfect by the time you get on this stage tomorrow. You will not be allowed to embarrass yourself or us or the program. You are here to be perfect. We spent the last 3 months kicking your butts to make sure that you are absolutely ready. Can I get a cheer for those that are ready? That's the energy I want you to bring tomorrow. And if you are lacking energy, please see Mr. Nelson Mandela. He has a drug for you called coffee. All right, he's been pitching in the group constantly, daily, 3-4 times a day. So please, if you haven't taken his drug, please do so now.
So Teddy, how about before we begin, like we mentioned, we'll be starting around 10 a.m. Teddy said good morning, but I wasn't convinced with the energy level, okay? So you can expect high energy from him from today up to 5-6 p.m. tomorrow. But how about we just all stand up on our feet? I want you to just meet someone you haven't spoken to before, find out what they're doing, find out their name, okay? So let's all rise up on our feet. Stand up, stand up, stand up, okay? Yes, I know we all came with people we know, we are sitting together. Find someone, leave your table, find someone not from your table, okay? Meet them, exchange contacts, okay?
There you go. Walk around for a few minutes, shake hands. All of you have been in battle in this program. You have horror stories, you have things to laugh about. All of you are joining the association after this event, and I expect all of you to continue the work that you are doing, collaborating together, engaging with each other, and ensuring that all of your businesses continue to grow. These are the last 2 days for you to network in person. We want to make sure you know everybody, what everybody's doing, what you can provide them as a business, what they can provide you as a business or an ecosystem or even a contact. We want that engagement to continue from today. So engage before we get into the day's program, and we'll be getting started shortly.
Hello.
After this, I'm going to come down and randomly pick someone, and I'm going to ask you, who did you meet? What do they do? So make sure that you're actually connecting, okay? Very good. This is what some of these events are really about. The reason for bringing all of us together is for these conversations to happen, for the networking for us to happen, and this is where synergies begin to happen. Early on, we saw that there's some companies here that need to merge and get into a holy matrimony. But this is how the partnerships begin.
Testing.
So
We're good. I think my microphone is finally working again.
Okay, have we all met someone new? Have we all met someone new? Okay, all right. Yeah. Okay, all right. You may take your seat. You may take your seat. I'll be coming and passing the microphone and asking you randomly, who did you meet? Let's take up our seats, and then we may start. We'll have plenty of time during the course of the day and tomorrow as well to do more networking, okay? This is just a tip of the iceberg. So for now, let me request all of us to take up our seats, okay? I still see people standing. Safe Bango, take up your seat. Regina. The thing is, I know most of the names in the room, so if you misbehave, I'll call you out. Okay? Fantastic. And you all look wonderful, the YSS t-shirts. You guys look beautiful in those t-shirts. And Teddy, I think tomorrow we need to put on the t-shirts. What do you think?
I absolutely think so. I hope they brought my size. I need large and in charge. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for today? Oh, come on.
No.
Are we ready for today? Fantastic. That is the news that I would like to actually hear. That is the level of enthusiasm. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the closing ceremony of the Youth Startup Academy Uganda project. As we gather here today to celebrate the achievement of this transformative project, we are reminded of the tremendous potential of young entrepreneurs in Uganda like yourself. Today's ceremony is dedicated to recognizing these achievements and the meaningful partnerships that have driven this initiative forward. My name is Teddy Rugai, co-founder of Hive Collab, and I am honored to be one of your MCs today, alongside my esteemed cohort, Robert Bob Okello, Associate National Coordinator of YSAU with ITC.
Thank you very much, Teddy. And ladies and gentlemen, we have some of our dignitaries entering the room. So please, let's just give a round of applause as some of our guests join us before we can get started. Indeed, we have, we'll be recognizing them shortly. We'll just wait for them to take up their seats. Okay. Fantastic, fantastic. Come on, let's show another round of warm Ugandan welcome. Let me hear those hand claps. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay? Please do not get tired of that energy. We'll be needing a lot of it during the day. Okay? Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Teddy. And ladies and gentlemen, we're joined this morning by several top officials from the government of Uganda. We have representatives. We have representatives from the Republic of Korea. We have, of course, representatives from the International Trade Center as well. And of course, our local partners from NITR, from Hive, and we have several entrepreneurs in the room as well as investors who are joining us here today. But perhaps by way of recognizing protocol, let me just make a few recognitions before we get started. This morning, we will be joined by the Minister of State for ICT and National Guidance, who I believe will be sending a representative, and also the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea in Uganda, His Excellency Mr. Park Sang-soo, is also going to be joining us this morning. And we will be having, of course, from our funding partners, the Director General for Global Growth Policy at the Ministry of SMEs and Startups in the Republic of Korea. We will be joined by Mr. Choi Won-young, and of course, the Vice President for Global Business Development Division at COSME, Mr. Kim Il-ho. They'll all be here. And then from ITC, we're also joined by the Director, the Division of Enterprise Competitiveness and Institutions, Mr. Esipion, who is in the house as well. And then, of course, last but not least, from our local implementing partners, we'll be having NITA Uganda, led by Dr. Colin Mugasha, here representing the team. And then, of course, from Hive Collab, will be led by Ms. Barbara Mutabaze. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause. Though some of them on the way and will be joining us shortly. I think in the interest of time, we may all rise now to officially start this ceremony with a national anthem, and then we will proceed. And the media team will support us with that. We'll have the Ugandan national anthem first, and thereafter the East African anthem. Thank you very much, media team. Over to you, Tim.
You may be seated. We'll now proceed with a welcome address by Ms. Barbara Mutabazi, my co-founder at Hive Collab, One of our key local partners in this project, Ms. Butabasi, will share a few words on behalf of our program partners and invite our guest from the National Information Technology Authority, Uganda, Dr. Colin Mugasha, for his address. Barbara?
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed partners, our entrepreneurs, friends, and all protocol observed. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the closing ceremony of the first phase of the YSAU program. The Youth Startup Academy, a journey that started 2 years ago. Today we come together to celebrate this remarkable journey that shows what collaboration, knowledge exchange can do to our country's economy. The Youth Startup Academy started in Korea over 10 years ago, where it was conceived, launched, and very successful. With that success, the International Trade Center, an entity of the United Nations that is geared towards supporting economic development, sought and worked together with the Korea SME Agency to bring it to Africa. And Uganda was chosen as the first country for this program. It is not lightly. There were over 50 countries, 54 to be exact, if we are still 54, I think. And Uganda was selected. And I believe that what we are going to show you today has shown that they were not mistaken to select Uganda as the first launch country in Africa. Over the past 2 years, we've piloted this initiative, creating a transformative experience that every entrepreneur that has gone through this can vouch for and tell you that it is a program like no other. This accomplishment would not have been possible without the steadfast support of our esteemed partners, the International Trade Center, COSME, and the National Information Technology Authority, NITAU. As the local implementing hub, Hive Collab has been privileged to work alongside all of you, and we are deeply, deeply grateful for your dedication to advancing youth entrepreneurship in Uganda. Through this program, we have not only equipped our participants with essential business skills and insights, but have also exposed them to global markets. Our startups are not building just for the Ugandan market. Whoever came into this program thinking, oh, I'm going to make a little bit of money here and there, I'm going to serve the Ugandan market, is now thinking globally, because that's where we are at as a world. We no longer operate in silos. So our entrepreneurs are thinking global, and that has been made possible by this program. We are preparing them for competition on a global scale. And I can successfully tell you that when we've taken our entrepreneurs to Korea, to GITEX in Dubai, to GITEX Africa in Morocco, they have shown the world that Uganda can compete on a global stage. And that has been because of the knowledge exchange. When we got the YSA program from Korea, we did not just bring it and dump it onto our ecosystem. We localized it and adapted it to suit the needs of our entrepreneurs, and they are a testimony that we adapted it really well, and it is working for our economy. To our outstanding graduates, today is a testament of your hard work, your resilience. I know what our mentors, our program has taken you through. I know a bunch of you at some point were like, why are they caring so much about my business? We have pressured you, we have pushed you for things, and we are so grateful that you have been resilient, you have pushed through, you have trusted the process, and the results are evident for themselves through the partnerships, the investments, the growth, the number of jobs that have been created. You have shown that this is possible, and we are really grateful. The future of Uganda's entrepreneurship landscape And we are incredibly proud of each and every one of you. As Hive Collab, we remain committed to fostering a very supportive entrepreneurial ecosystem. We have seen what the power of collaboration can do. So when we stand here as Hive Collab, we're not just standing as Hive Collab, we're standing as Startup Uganda. We're standing as a collaborative effort of every innovation hub, of every entrepreneurial support organization that wants Ugandan entrepreneurs to succeed. To that, we promise that the YSAU program, this is just the beginning. And as we continue on this journey, we are very excited to see the positive impact that it's going to make not only on our nation, but globally. This is just the beginning, and we are very confident that the future holds even greater success. Thank you once again to our partners, our mentors, and everyone that has contributed to the success of this pilot program. I say pilot for a reason, because this is not the end. This is just the beginning. We've tested it, we have seen that it works, and we are ready to continue building on this. To our graduates, congratulations. But we expect to see more. At the beginning of this program, we said we are looking for unicorns out of Uganda. We are going to hold you to that. So this is not the end. This graduation is the beginning of continued support from us to ensure that we see the first unicorns coming out of Uganda, coming from the Youth Startup Academy. Thank you so much. Now, as I leave the stage, I take pleasure in welcoming Dr. Colin Mugasha, who, from NITA Uganda, who have been an incredible partner, without whose support this also would not have been possible. So Colin, you're very welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara, and good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'm told there's lots of youth in this room, so I need the vibe and I need the energy. So good morning once again. You know, I've been wondering why lately when I move around in my family gatherings or when I move around town, people keep calling me Uncle Colin, and I said, why? I'm supposed to be youthful and young, but I realized that the population of Uganda, you know, tells me that I'm now an uncle in many ways, because, you know, if 70% of the population is under 30 years old, and I am way past that 30 mark, it means I now qualify to be possibly called uncle everywhere I go. But it tells us about the youth promise of Uganda, and it tells us about the youth opportunity of Uganda. So I think anybody here who is above 40 or 45, I think you are like in the last 10% of the oldest people in Uganda. And therefore, when they call you uncle, auntie, please don't worry too much. But good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests, of course, our partners here today. I want to say the mentors, the trainers, and most importantly, the young entrepreneurs that we're here to celebrate today. A warm welcome to you all, and I'm honored to be here representing the National Information Technology Authority, and in particular representing the ED or the Executive Director or CEO of the National IT Authority, who couldn't be here today, but sends his regards. And as we gather to celebrate the journey that we have accomplished and the journey that we are still taking on, and all the accomplishments of the Youth Startup Academy Uganda, today's event is a testament of the power of collaboration, resilience, and shared commitment to a vision of a prosperous future by empowering our youth. And every time youth are empowered, I feel extremely elated. I feel like this is the focus we need to have. In Uganda, anything that you can do to move 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000 youth to the next level, you will have begun to solve the true problems of Uganda and Africa. So I think we are on the right spot. So, on the government of Uganda, therefore, firmly believes in the potential of our young people to drive innovation and economic transformation. So our future is actually in your hands, the graduates who are here. The future of Uganda, the promise of Uganda is in your hands, and this is only the beginning. And I want to say to you right now that this aligns directly with Uganda's broader national development agenda. By supporting initiatives like YSAU, we aim to nurture the talent, creativity, and determination of young Ugandans who have the vision to shape the future. So government policies are actively created to be an enabling environment for you. From favorable regulations and policies to support hubs and youth-oriented funding opportunities to ensure that the young entrepreneurs have every resource they need to thrive. I want to take this opportunity to say here that NITA Uganda is going to be a continued partner to this program and the government of Uganda. So we look forward to actually continue. This is not the end. We believe that this is just the beginning, and so you can count on our support as we move forward. So today, of course, I'm here to celebrate many things, but the remarkable achievements of the Youth Startup Academy has brought to Uganda. And I was on the podium 2 years ago when this was launched. I'm happy to be here again when we're having this first phase done and the first 2 years. So I really want to thank the Korean government and the Korean SME and Startup association that's here and the team. Thank you so much for your support. ITC, all the partners, Hive Collab. I want to say that through this academy, a total of more than 1,000, maybe 1,032 entrepreneurs have been incubated from across the country, each of them equipped with the skills to lead impactful ventures. More than 273 jobs have been created by these startups. I'm sure the numbers could even be more, contributing to the youth employment in Uganda, which is a critical thing for us to solve. The Academy has supported ventures that have generated over $4.4 million in revenue and secured investments amounting to 1.2 million. So in this year alone, 2024 alone, 13 startups received donations totaling to $200,000, an investment that strengthens our entrepreneurial ecosystem. These achievements are not just numbers. It's easier to talk about numbers here. It's easier to just dream and flash numbers on the screen. But I think it's important to say that these represent stories of innovation and impact. And take for instance Yunga and a community-based security network, ShareCard, a digital solution for personal financial growth. These businesses reflect the real-world impact and the promise of the Youth Startup Academy, proof that with the right support, our youth can build solutions that address our most pressing challenges. I've always told the young people that I meet and talk to that if you want to be a true entrepreneur, if you want to be Elon Musk, Bill Gates, name it, the top 10, you've got to be solving problems. Your impact has to be solving problems. So if the youth here could start at completely assessing Africa's problems, and don't look at Uganda. Uganda is just the beginning of the market. You must have an African and a global mindset. If the youth here can think of our problems and become problem solvers, we can actually make true entrepreneurs. So I want to say this right now, that YSA has helped foster a culture of entrepreneurship that has been central to Uganda's economic growth. So implementing this program has come with its share of lessons. Let me say this. And there were also challenges that came with this program. From resource constraints to the need for continued mentorship. There were also immense opportunities, particularly in understanding the evolving needs of young entrepreneurs. I think it's been a good learning lesson for everybody, for Uganda, for the partners, and even for you, the young entrepreneurs. So none of this would have been possible without the dedication of our partners. So I want to say thank you again to our partners. Thank you so much to our partners, development agencies, and private sector collaboration. On behalf of the government, and my minister will also be coming, I want to say I extend heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your unwavering support. And I want to say a round of applause, please. Can we just join me right now? To Bakubile Mungalo, Cosme, ITC, Ministry of SMEs and Startups of Korea, Hive Cola, let's just clap for them. The private sector partnerships are key to a thriving entrepreneur ecosystem. Thank you so much once again. And I want to say this, that the government remains steadfast. NITA Uganda and the government remain steadfast in its commitment to supporting youth innovation going forward. So we plan to expand these initiatives. We're not stopping here. We plan to expand, providing mentorship, funding, and resources to ensure that entrepreneur ventures continue to grow. Our vision is to bring these opportunities to more regions in Uganda, creating a network of innovation hubs that can each reach aspiring entrepreneurs across Uganda. I encourage all participants to leverage their skill, stay engaged with our support structures, and actively contribute to Uganda's progress. Let me end by saying this, that to our young entrepreneurs, I urge you to take the knowledge and the skills gained here and pursue your dreams. Because every dream that is in this room right now is valid. So pursue your dreams with resolve. You are equipped to make a positive impact, not only in your communities, but also nationally. To our communities, our partners, let us keep the momentum alive. Your support remains vital in building a vibrant ecosystem for entrepreneurship in Uganda. So as we close this session, let us remember that nurturing a prosperous Uganda is our collective responsibility. The success of these young entrepreneurs is a testament to the bright future we can achieve together. So I extend my heartfelt congratulations to each participant here. You are the future leaders and innovators of Uganda. And let me say this right now, you're not just the future leaders, you are the present, current, future leaders of Uganda and innovators of Uganda. So go forward with pride and confidence, knowing that the government of Uganda stands beside you, committed to your growth and success. So as NITA, we reaffirm our commitment. I want to reaffirm our commitment to our partners who are here right now to support, nurture, and facilitate the realization of a knowledge society for all Ugandans, thereby accelerating the desired social and economic transformation of our local people, or our wananchi, oba abantu ba bulijjo. So I want to say thank you once again, and God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole, Mugasha, and Barbara as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just been joined by the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea in Uganda, His Excellency Mr. Park Sang-soo. Your Excellency, Annyeonghaseyo. Now, allow me to take this opportunity to invite to the stage from the International Trade Center, Mr. Scipion will be really giving us a bit more insights on what this partnership has been. Mr. Scipion, the floor is yours. Thank you. A round of applause, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Gebaleko, wasuse otia, oli otia, se seboniabu.
Indeed.
An Nyon Haseyo. I'm very proud to be here today representing the International Trade Center and celebrating partnerships. I am here on behalf of our director, Ms. Pamela Cook Hamilton, who couldn't be here today, and she sent us the greetings to both the government of Korea and the government and people of Uganda. As you might know, the International Trade Center is the son or daughter of the WTO and the United Nations, and we're specialized in bringing SMEs to the world market by promoting competitiveness. And this is exactly what we have done together in this program, fostering competitiveness. I really also want to welcome Mr. Choi Won-young, Mr. Il Ho-kim to their other country, because Uganda has also become your country because you have been able to foster youth. Like Uncle Colin said, we feel a way because I think I'm young, but the mirror says something else. So what we did today is we started with youth. Barbara was the one that started today because she's the only one of us three that can claim that she's young. So we are celebrating youth because the way that ITC works in bringing SMEs to the world stage by bringing competitiveness is by promoting youth, promoting gender balance. So we were also happy to have some kind of gender balance in the introduction, to promote green, because we have to protect the environment, and also to promote digital. And this specific program promotes all of them through collaboration. The motto of ITC would be, rather than to give a person a fish, is to teach them how to fish. So we are really working towards that, and we work basically at 3 levels. We work at the policy level, trying to promote an enabling environment that is conducive for business. And this is where NITA comes in, and the government of Uganda. We're also very proud to work very closely with your ambassadors in Geneva, Mr. Artur Cafero, WTO, and Madame Mirjam Blanc, your ambassador to the European Union in Brussels. So we're working together to bring people fish. We also work at meso level, basically creating capacity. And this is where Hive Collab comes in. We are not able to continue forever programs, and the idea is that we planted a seed 2 years ago, and that seed will be taken by Hive Collab, by NITA, by ITC, towards greater levels. And at the end of the day, we also work at your level, MSME level, because at the end of the day, it is private sector that creates employment and wealth. So all of us, NITA, COSME, the Ministry of Cooperation of Economic of Korea, Hive Collab, ITC, and all the other ones around are promoting that group work. Among the things that I have seen, because I don't want to repeat everything that was said by my colleague, but some might be worthwhile. 132 entrepreneurs incubated, 273 jobs created, 4.4 million in revenue, and 1.2 million in investment. Honestly, for a small project, because it's relatively small, but with a lot of heart, those are impressive results. I understand that today there will be a signature of an agreement. And it will be the second agreement for Venture Port in Uganda. So we're really proud of that. So this is, at the end of the day, what we're really promoting. Also, I understand that 4 memorandums of understanding have been signed within this program between Korean companies and Ugandan entrepreneurs. So this is really development at work. Having noticed that we have helped internationalize Uganda, going to Morocco, Dubai, and Seoul, I believe that we have open minds. I come from a developing country, and I'm Dominican Republic, for those that don't know. And I say that if you have never taken a shower with a little can, you're not Dominican. Because, and it's also something that people often say, that there is no innovation in the developing world. I am strongly against that. To survive in our economies, an entrepreneur has to innovate every single day. How can I get my transport? We were talking with Barbara before, that post-harvest is one of the most sensitive parts because a lot of food gets wasted. So we are really working with partners. In other programs, we're also working. I am really delighted also to have the Embassy of the Netherlands here with Corinne. We're also working in other programs in Uganda, promoting technology. So how can we bring all of that together? This is the work of a team. I love African proverbs, and one of the ones that I love the most, it ones that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So we're trying to go together with Uganda, with Korea, with other donors. Transferring knowledge from Korea to Uganda is a great thing. I myself, when I had hair, very long time ago, I went to Korea with Caribbean enterprises, teaching them the Korean system of work. I would say the discipline, the technology, and we're very proud of that. Like also my colleague from NITA said, we are trying to make the African Union a reality. So everything that we do is for that image of one Africa, like from my region, Bob Marley used to say, Africa Unite. We are uniting Africa with help of Korea and with help of our partners. And we look forward really to continue this trip. I don't want to be long, but I just want to thank my boss, Pamela Cook-Hamilton and Dorothy Tembo for the opportunity. I want to let the team, Leonardo, who is now Ugandan, I believe, by nationality. I think they gave you the passport already. Valerio, Juan, who's not here with us today, also and Abraham that have been lent to us and are a very important part of our team. They were from Korea and they really help us in promoting this, and also our people on the ground like Rob and Rita that make this possible. So, just to end, Webale, Hansamida, we are at your service. Thank you very much.
All right, we will continue on with the program. Just wanted to announce really quickly for those of you that are already feeling low energy, we are not going to allow that. We have some coffee outside. Feel free to grab some and bring it back in as we continue swiftly through the program with high energy as much as possible. So as we continue, I'm delighted to welcome Mr. Choi Won-young, Director General of Global Growth Policy from Korea's Ministry of SMEs and Startup. He'll share some insights into Korea's innovation ecosystem.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here with you. Since I can speak only broken English, I'll speak from now on in Korea. 여러분 반갑습니다. 대한민국 중소벤처기업부에서 우리나라 중소벤처기업들의 해외 진출과 글로벌 성장을 책임지고 있는 글로벌 성장정책관 최원영입니다.
Good morning, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues. My name is Won-young Choi, Director General of Global Growth Policy at the Ministry of SMEs and Startups of the Republic of Korea. I oversee strategy and partnerships on international trade, cooperation, and Korean SMEs and startups entry into global market.
먼저 이러한 뜻깊은 자리에 참석할 수 있도록 기회를 주신 우간다 정보통신부와 국가정보기술청 여러분들을 비롯한 정부 관계자 여러분들께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다.
First, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Ugandan government, including the Ministry of Information Communication Technology and also the National Information Technology Authority, Uganda.
아울러 우리나라 중소벤처기업진흥공단과 함께 이번 사업이 잘 추진되고 마무리될 수 있도록 큰 기여를 해주고 계신 국제무역센터 에스피온 올리베리아 고메스 국장님과 실무자 여러분들께도 감사드립니다.
Additionally, I extend my sincere appreciation to Mr. Espion Oliveira Gomez, Director of the Division of Enterprise Competitiveness and Institution at the International Trade Center, and the project staff who have made significant contributions to ensuring the successful implementation of this project in collaboration with the Korea SMEs and Startups Agency.
그리고 무엇보다도 청년 창업상원학교 프로그램의 모든 과정을 잘 마치고 졸업하게 되신 젊은 창업가 여러분께 진심으로 축하의 말씀을 드립니다.
Most importantly, I wish to convey my heartfelt congratulations to the young entrepreneurs who have successfully completed the Youth Startup Academy program and are graduating today.
잘 아시는 바와 같이 이곳에서 운영되고 있는 청년 창업상원학교는 우간다의 미래를 위해 혁신적인 아이디어나 유망한 사업 아이템을 가진 우수한 청년들의 성공적인 창업을 돕고 이를 토대로 우간다 경제가 지속 성장할 수 있도록 2022년부터 당국이 함께 시작한 협력 프로젝트입니다.
As you know, the Youth Startup Academy in Uganda is a collaborative project initiated by our two countries in 2022, with the objective to support talented young entrepreneurs with innovative ideas and promising business concepts to establish their business so they can contribute to the sustainable economic growth of Uganda.
이러한 목적을 달성하기 위해 대한민국이 혁신 청년 창업가 육성 프로그램인 청년 창업 사관학교 프로그램을 모델로 하여 창업과 관련된 여러 분야 전문가들께서 이곳 현지 시점에 현지 사정에 적합한 창업 교육 과정들을 기획하고 이곳에서 직접 가르쳐 왔습니다.
To achieve this goal, the project was modeled after Korea's innovative Youth Startup Academy program. Various experts have participated in the design and delivery of training courses that are tailored to the Ugandan context.
이와 함께 한국 정부에서도 제품 개발과 시제품 제작 등 초기 창업 과정에 필요한 각종 장비들로 지원해 오고 있습니다.
Additionally, the Korean government has provided essential equipment that are needed during early stage of business development, such as during product development and prototype production phase.
나아가 체계적인 창업 정책의 수립과 이행이 가능하도록 관련 법령을 마련하고 효과적인 창업 정책 설계 등을 위한 정책 컨설팅도 병행하여 왔습니다.
We have also engaged with policymakers to create an enabling environment to start businesses. We have provided support in drafting relevant legislation and designing and implementing effective policies that are favorable for startups.
양국 정부와 관련 기관들의 다방면의 지원과 청년 기업가들의 열정적인 참여에 힘입어서 그간의 노력들이 이제 조금씩 결실을 맺어가고 있습니다.
Thanks to the unwavering support of the governments and key institutions of both countries, as well as the enthusiastic participation of young entrepreneurs, our joint efforts are now starting to bear fruit.
Thank you very much. 총 4화에 걸친 창업 교육 수료자가 1천여 명에 이르고 창업 성공률도 30%를 넘어서 앞으로 이 지역 경제의 신선한 활력을 불어넣을 것으로 기대되고 있습니다.
To date, through 4 cohorts, total 1,000 individuals have completed the training program. And among those, we have above 30% of success rate, where startups have secured investments and generated profit. This achievement is expected to vitalize the local economy in the mid and long term.
뿐만 아니라 이 중 일부 청년 기업들은 우가다 정부는 물론 프랑스 등 외국 투자자들로부터 사업성과 발전 가능성을 인정받아 적지 않은 투자도 이끌어내는 쾌거를 이루고 있습니다.
Furthermore, some of these young enterprises have garnered significant recognition for their business potential, attracting substantial investment from not only Ugandan government but also from foreign investors, including from France.
특히 양질의 일자리가 부족한 현 시점에서 꾸준히 새로운 일자리들을 만들어내고 있는데 이는 매우 고무적인 일이 아닐 수 없습니다.
Particularly in a country where quality job opportunities are limited, the consistent creation of new jobs through the establishment of startups is highly encouraging.
이러한 눈에 띄는 성과들이 나올 수 있도록 맡은 바 역할을 충실히 수행해 주신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드립니다.
I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who contributed to these remarkable achievements.
이제 남은 일은 좋은 성과를 보여주고 있는 청년 창업 사관학교가 우간다의 대표적인 창업 지원 프로그램으로 탄탄하게 뿌리를 내리고 더 알찬 결실을 맺을 수 있도록 우리 모두가 힘을 합해 노력하는 것이라 할 수 있습니다.
The next task for us is to join forces and work together to ensure that the Youth Startup Academy firmly establishes itself as Uganda's flagship entrepreneurship support program and continue to yield even greater outcomes.
공식적으로는 올해 말이면 이 사업이 종료되지만 이후에도 청년 창업 상원학교가 지속 가능한 발전을 이루어 나갈 수 있도록 이 사업을 함께해 주신 관계자분들께서 더 많은 관심과 변함없는 지원을 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
This project will officially close at the end of this year, but I kindly seek cooperation from all stakeholders here today to provide unwavering support to the Youth Startup Academy so that this project can continue to achieve more in the future.
대한민국 정부도 창업 관련 기관이나 기업들과 함께 공동 시장 개척이나 기술 협력 등 추가적인 지원 방안들을 같이 모색해 보도록 하겠습니다.
The government of the Republic of Korea will also explore additional support measures, such as joint market exploration or technology cooperation in collaboration with key institutions and businesses working on entrepreneurship.
많은 분들이 아시겠지만 대한민국 역시 과거 한국 정쟁 이후 매우 어려운 상황에서 여러 선진국들로부터 많은 원조를 받아서 이를 기반으로 보기 드물게 빠른 성장을 이룬 국가입니다.
As many of you know, the Republic of Korea was a very poor country right after the Korean War in the 1950s. During that time, we received substantial aid from many developed countries, which laid the foundation of our rapid growth.
그리고 지금처럼 다른 나라와 함께 협력할 수 있는 위치까지 눈부신 경제 성장과 국가 발전을 이룬 바탕에는 사업 보국이라는 창업 정신과 이를 실천해온 기업인들의 피나는 노력이 있었습니다.
The driving force behind Korea's impressive economic growth, which enabled us to be in a position to support other countries today, was the entrepreneurial spirit of business for the nation. This spirit was the drive to contribute to our country's socio-economic development through business, which was realized through the tireless efforts of our entrepreneurs and has made the Republic of Korea the global player today.
우간다에 발을 디딘 청년 창업사관학교와 여기에서 배출된 전도 유명한 젊은 창업가들이 우간다가 경제 강국으로 도약하는데 든든한 초석이 될 수 있기를 기대합니다.
I hope that the young entrepreneurs who have been trained through Youth Startup Academy Uganda will serve as a solid foundation for Uganda's journey toward becoming an economic powerhouse.
우리나라의 중소벤처 분야 첫 ODA 사업인 이 사업이 더욱더 빛을 발할 수 있도록 저희들도 최선을 다해 응원해 나가겠습니다.
Youth Startup Academy Uganda was Korea's first ODA project in the field of SMEs and startups. We will continue to support this initiative to ensure its continued success and greater impact.
그리고 이번 사업을 계기로 두 나라 간의 관계가 더 공고해져서 다양한 분야에서 더 많이 교류하고 더 친밀한 협력 관계로 발전해 나갈 수 있기를 바랍니다.
Moreover, we hope the relationship between our two countries will grow stronger through this project and lead to increased exchange and deeper cooperation across various fields.
성과다의 개최를 진심으로 축하드리며 오늘 이 자리에 참석해 주신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 감사드립니다. Thank you very much.
Congratulations on hosting this meaningful and important event. I extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone attending today and look forward to enhanced collaboration and success in our future. Thank you very much.
That was Mr. Choi from the Ministry of SMEs and Startups, Kamsahamnida. Up next, we will now be hearing, ladies and gentlemen, and before the next speaker comes to stage, I would love for us to do a YSAU style applause. Do we know that? It is a thunderous standing ovation, okay? That is the YSAU style, okay? Are we ready? Are we ready? I'm not convinced. Are we ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, next up, we will have His Excellency, Mr. Park Sang-soo, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea in Uganda, who will be joining us on the stage. Let's give him a thunderous YSAU style applause until he gets on stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for joining us. Applause.
Good morning. Thank you for impressive welcoming. Commissioner, Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, Mr. Moses Watasa, he is coming and will be with us any any second, and Director of National Information Technology Authority, Dr. Colin Mugasa. He has already left, huh? And Director General of Ministry of SMEs and Startups, Mr. Choi Won-young. Thank you for the nice speech. And Vice President of COSME, Dr. Kim Il-ho. Director of ITC, Mr. Escipion Oliveira. And Director of Hive Collab, Ms. Barbara Mutabaji. She's here now? Okay. Did I miss anybody? No. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for the invitation to this celebrating achievement and sharing insight and graduation ceremony of the Youth Startup Academy Uganda. Today is not only meaningful for Korea-Uganda cooperation, but also hold special significance for me personally. YSIU is an ambitious pilot project by the Korean government in partnership with the International Trade Center, aimed at economically empowering Uganda youth. This project is especially dear to me as I had the honor of speaking at its launching ceremony right here in this hotel 2 years ago. The Youth Startup Academy is a pioneering and successful platform for youth entrepreneurship in Korea, initiated and supported by the government. Building on the success we have achieved in Korea, we have here in Uganda planted and nurtured the seeds of a startup ecosystem through YSA initiative. I believe that this project has already brought about small but meaningful result. Taking this opportunity, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the team, to the dedicated team from Korea and Uganda, as well as our partners from ITC and Hive Collab for invaluable contribution. The government of Uganda is now on the brink of launching its first National Development Plan. The goal of NDP4 is to achieve inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation through sustainable industrialization. To realize this vision, it is essential to focus on strengthening entrepreneurship capabilities and empowering youth. In this regard, the Youth Startup Academy serves as a vital platform for supporting Uganda's economic growth. The timing couldn't be better. There is a saying that if we want to see the future of a country, look at its youth. Uganda is a young and promising society with vibrant economy. The country is rich in human and material resources. While these conditions for growth are already in place, the key challenges remain: how to educate, train, and guide this useful workforce to become the driving force behind economic development, particularly in creating new businesses and generating wealth. I assure you that YSA is the key part of this solution. The connection between startups and scale-ups is crucial to economic advancement. Startups brings fresh ideas and generate jobs, while scale-ups drive further job creation and attract investment. Together, they act as a dual engine, propelling economic development forward, creating a virtuous cycle of growth and opportunity. distinguished guests, this is a pivotal year for Korea-Africa and Korea-Uganda relations. The Korean government recently held its first ever Korea-Africa summit with African leaders and is actively working to enhance cooperation and strengthen ties with African nations, including Uganda. This marks a significant turning point, opening new doors for collaboration and creating more opportunities for both Korea and Uganda. Korea is committed to make our relations with Uganda more sustainable and mutually beneficial. To achieve this, we must invest more energy and effort into trade and investment. I have great expectation for the YSAU graduate to play a leading role in this journey. YSA graduate, today is not a celebration, not just a celebration of your graduation, but also the beginning of a new chapter. While we still have a long way to go, as you step into the business world, I encourage you to stay true to your vision, take risks, and embrace both success and failure as an opportunity for growth. Once again, I would like to congratulate each of you on your remarkable achievement. The journey ahead may be challenging, but with the passion and determination you will demonstrate, it is certainly within your reach. I wish you all the very best in the future. Thank you very much.
You heard me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm probably the most excited person in this room for what is about to happen next. For the last 2 years, we have been pushing you, making you cry, keeping you up late at night, forcing you to do work, the work, letting you know we are preparing you for one thing and one thing only, and that is to make you presentable in front of an investor. And many of you came to me and said, is that really possible? Can there be money at the end of this process if we do the work? It is my distinct pleasure to let you know that yes, it's actually possible if you put in the work. If you do what we tell you. We have 7 uncles over there that were driving you crazy, including myself. How many of you cried? Be honest. It's okay. You wake up the next morning and you do it again. Why? Because today is possible. The day you are able to actually sit in front of an investor and sign an investment agreement. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to announce this very significant moment in the YSAU program. The very thing that we work towards all of the time. A VC investment deal. And today, we welcome you to the VC investment signing ceremony between Ventureport, led by Mr. Park Won-sung, and the YSAU cohort startup Easy Ride, led by Isaac Iwanda. A significant, please, if you could come up for the signing ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, this is really possible. If you do the work, if you build the future of Uganda, it is possible to get partners that are willing to actually work with you and invest in your future and in your dream. And this here is an example of that possibility.
Good morning, everyone. Today is an exciting day for us as a company, Easy Ride Auto Rescue, as a nation and as a team. We are building something. we are really building something. And we are glad to have Mr. Park as part of our team because he really understands numbers. And we want him on board, and signing this today will change a lot. Will change a lot in this country. We are shaping the mobility industry in Africa. Yes, we are. Thank you.
So I'm very excited to be part of this program, and then I'm glad to find some more investment opportunities. This is not the last investment here, but I'm keep driving to find more potential forward. So to entrepreneurs, I would like to say something that you are doing your best, but learning your business is not easy way, and then you will face a lot of challenges, but you determine to live like that. That's a venture way, and then when you do your best, I'm sure I could say you are not alone. Others will also join your success. Cheers.
We will now have the signing of the agreement. If we could have the two of you hold up for the photo session. And, afterwards, if we could please have the dignitaries join us for a photo session with the signees, Barbara, the ambassadors, the FCGs. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that session. Isn't that exciting? Another round of applause. I think based on all of the work and all of the battles that all of you have gone through, I think you should take his phone number. Should you break down in the near future, I think he's obligated to give you a discount on breakdown service. Yes? Yeah. See, he has announced, he has clapped. So make sure you take advantage of that. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to take the moments right now to show you a quick video to recap the YSAU program that we have all been going through and the successes that we've been able to achieve. So without further ado, please.
The YSAU project was launched in June 2022. Funded by the Korea SMEs and Startups Agency, KOSME, under the Ministry of SMEs and Startups of Korea, MSS, and implemented by the International Trade Center, ITC, in partnership with Hive Collab and with the support of the National Information Technology Authority, Uganda. Following the most successful model of entrepreneurship incubation in Korea, the YSA, which began activity 13 years ago and has fostered over 7,800 entrepreneurs, including 2 unicorn companies, the project was designed to tackle the soaring unemployment rates in Uganda. By transferring the knowledge and methodologies from Korea to create a new YSA in Uganda and help with the creation of jobs through the creation of new promising Ugandan companies.
The overall objective was to contribute to job creation in Uganda. And we approached this by focusing on about 4 outputs. The first output was the successful setup and, of course, the implementation of the academy in Uganda, modeling after the Korean program. The second output was to do with training of entrepreneurs and really contributing to that capacity development by training 1,000 entrepreneurs. And the third output was to do with access to markets by exposing them to international platforms through global exhibitions, for example, the likes of GITEX and COMUP. And the fourth output had to do with, of course, creating visibility for policy activities in Uganda. I'm happy to say that where we are today, towards the end of this project, we have been able to achieve all of these objectives.
The work on the adaptation and embedding of the YSA model began in 2022 with the adaptation of the curriculum and methodologies to be used in the context of the Ugandan entrepreneurship environment. Once this was done, in 2023, to strengthen the YSAU within Hive Collab and ensure the sustainability of the project, besides the infrastructure development undertaken to upgrade the facility and create a brand new makerspace. ITC also conducted 2 comprehensive training of trainers programs focused on venture capital, fundraising, investor relations, and an introduction to exporting. These programs were designed to enhance the capabilities of Hive Collab staff, enabling them to deliver high-quality training sessions and new services to entrepreneurs after the project's completion. In 2024, an organizational capability development training initiative was also implemented to further bolster the organization's capacity.
We are a B2B fresh produce supply chain company using technology to connect retailers with farmers within 12 hours.
For the young entrepreneur like David, the YSAU project opened doors to limitless possibilities. It provided critical support such as entrepreneurship and export training, individual coaching, access to expert advice and services, business registration support, exposure to regional and international markets, linkages to investors, and access to local and international trade fairs and entrepreneurship events.
Apart from the travels, we've also managed to secure some funding, some grants from YSAU, which was really generous and also helped us to scale the business to Kenya. The future is bright. We hope to grow, and also next year we are looking to go to Tanzania. And of course, see if we can also have some more investors on our in our business. Yeah.
The capacity building of the 1,000 entrepreneurs in all regions of Uganda was organized in 4 cohorts and was implemented in 3 stages: boot camps, pre-incubation, and one-on-one coaching incubation. Specialized experts, local and international, including from Korea, provided mentorship in finance, exports, international IR pitching, sector-specific strategies, and many others. Over 100 graduated from the YSAU Stage 3 incubation program. It offered international exposure through participation in major exhibitions, where startups gained recognition and formed strategic partnerships. Key events included the COMUP Global Startup Festival in the Republic of Korea, GITEX Africa in Morocco, GITEX Global in Dubai, Huma Trade Fair in Kampala, Uganda Innovation Week, and Kampala Impact Day.
Going to Morocco, going to GITEX, going to Korea kind of helped us to benchmark ourselves in terms of international competition, as well as what is happening around, and also realizing that we can take what we are building at the Uganda level to international levels also. That had been kind of really game changer for us. We met with a lot of other startups from whom we could learn a lot. Second thing was about the investors to whom we are even speaking now. Investors mostly when they are operating from that side, Western side or European side, they are not much aware about what is happening in a corner of Uganda. So YSAU program helped us to kind of bring our businesses there and show them that we are not doing something very small. but we are building something which is going to be for generations, not only from us, but for our farmers also. So that exposure had been kind of really good. We are still talking to the investors to kind of bring in the money in Uganda and work with more and more number of farmers.
At Jitex Africa, 4 Ugandan startups forged partnerships with Korean companies and signed collaboration MOUs, while one startup attracted a $250,000 investment from a French investor. Additionally, MSCAN earned the Women in Tech Prize for its portable ultrasound device. The YSAU program facilitated both donations and investment opportunities for startups. In 2024, 13 startups received a total of $200,000 in donations from the project for the implementation of company projects that would ensure the development and success of the businesses. One of the most important achievements of the project was represented by the investment deal signed between a YSAU entrepreneur and a Korean venture capital firm, marking the first ever private investment by a Korean company in a Ugandan startup.
We never knew if we were to get investment ready or we were even qualified to find investment. And throughout the program and the training, we've been able to improve and become investment ready through network of investors, mentors, and we've been able to raise our funding, and this has actually given us an opportunity to grow our customer base from 400 households on the platform, and now we have 3,000 customers on the platform. And these customers, we talk about our households, and then we've been able also to prevent about 500 cases of crime. To be fair, making $400,000 US to date has been a complete shift that we did by joining the YSA program.
Now our next journey, we are looking at the ease of installation, because you realize it takes us some time to do the installation, but also want the out-of-the-box product, where you come here, we say, I want Yunga, we say, oh, Yunga, okay, it is here. You set it up the way you want, just like the way the transition of we have seen through like the TVs. Initially, of course, with DSTV you have to set up the dishes and all that, but these days, of course, with Gold TV, you can just go to the decoder. If you're in a good network position, you don't even need the antenna outside. Yeah, something like that.
This milestone highlights YSAU's role in fostering international investor confidence and supporting cross-border partnerships that bolster Uganda's entrepreneurial landscape. In 2023, ITC engaged with key ecosystem players in Uganda to identify critical policy needs and discovered ongoing efforts to introduce a Startup Act in Parliament, led by the Technical Working Group, TWG, from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
This gap has been there. We've been seeing it as NITAU, as the ministry is responsible. We have youth all over. We have unemployment all over the country. So Ministry of Trade also came up and said, okay, this issue, we've been thinking about it, but can we think about it bigger? And the YSA program brought this to the forefront because we had a number of entrepreneurs, and what they were talking about is what can be addressed by this policy. So the absence of this policy was really now very glaring. Everybody could see that we need to have this, so that government can take up this to a bigger scale.
As the ITC, we joined the ongoing efforts, and in July 2023, with the guidance of the TWG, and along with NITAU and incubators like Hive Collab, our local implementing partner, and the Innovation Village, we organized an entrepreneurship policy seminar in Kampala. The seminar brought together members of parliament, ministry representatives, and Professor Kim from the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, an expert in developing entrepreneurship policy. Professor Kim provided insights and recommendations for best practices in Uganda.
Regulatory challenges led to a second workshop in October that was attended by high-level officials. To further strengthen these efforts, the delegation met with key stakeholders in Korea's startup ecosystem, such as the Ministry of SMEs and Startups and COSME, to learn best practices from their experiences. Professor Kim's final research paper, assessing Uganda's startup ecosystem alongside insights from Korea, now serves as a guiding document for the TWG and the parliamentary team in advancing their initiatives.
We are at the closing ceremony of the first phase of the YSAU program. With the value and transformation we have seen this program do, coupled with the partnerships and collaborations we formed along the way, we are excited to announce that there is going to be another phase of the YSAU program and that the program is here to stay. Starting January 2025, we are going to be launching the next cohort of the program, so I encourage you to apply. And then to the people who have graduated from this program, this is not the end for you also. We've created a community of practice where we will continue to provide mentorship, access to investors from our networks and exposure so that you continue to grow and scale these businesses. We look forward to seeing unicorns coming out of you guys.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. What an amazing.
The YSAU project was launched in June 2022, funded by the Korea SMEs and Startups Agency, KOSME, under the Ministry of SMEs and Startups of Korea, MSS, and implemented by the International Trade Center, ITC, in partnership with Hive Collab and with the support of the National Information Technology Authority, Uganda. Following the most successful
shoot our way to ensuring that we accelerate the first unicorn in Uganda. Hopefully it's someone in this room. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to take a moment to announce the arrival of a representative from Ministry of ICT. And as protocol dictates, I would love to bring Barbara here to introduce him to the audience.
Good morning once again. Thank you so much, Teddy. On behalf of Ministry of ICT, I would like to invite the Minister of ICT, who is represented by Commissioner Moses Wasaja. You're very welcome to the stage. This one, please.
Okay, I'm so happy to be here on behalf of the ministry. Your Excellency, the Ambassador, I'm so happy to see you again. When we last met, we were looking at smart cities, I think, at the Serena Conference Center. The delegation from Korea, our friends, good to see you again. Let's clap for our visitors. If you are coming to Uganda for the first time, it's such a beautiful country. The people are good. The temperature is good. It's such a nice place, Uganda, to be. So welcome to the Pearl of Africa. Please feel at home, and I will invite you to maybe spare a day or two and look at what Uganda has to offer. Maybe visit the source of the Nile. There's a lot we can do. But I want to thank you, Your Excellency, on behalf of our ministry again. As you can see, I am not Honorable Joyce Sebugwao. Okay? I'm Moses Watasa, Commissioner, Communication from the ministry. I've been actually doing work in the office of the President. That's why I've come here driving like a rally car, like I'm driving in a rally. But I'm happy to be here. I've been doing work in the office of the President. And this is the connection, friends. What we have been doing is to prepare ourselves for the National Development Plan 4, the NDP 4. As you know, the NDP 3 ends on 30th of June of next year. So we have already prepared ourselves to transit to NDP4, which will be for the period from 2025 to 2030. So the NDP is our key policy document that spells out the priorities for the country for the period between 2025 and 2030. Those of you who are familiar with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, you know that Uganda is a state party to SDGs and the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. We became a state party in 2015. So we have a coordinating office in the office of the Prime Minister, which ensures that all ministries and agencies align our programs and budgets and activities with that agenda. Why am I talking about this? Office of the President and Office of the Prime Minister, where I'm coming from, are our coordinating centers for planning, budgeting, and execution for the country. So one of the things we've been talking about is our program, the Digital Transformation Program. It's one of the key programs, as you are aware, those of you who are familiar, those from our sector, but also those who are familiar with the priorities for this country. So digital transformation is a huge pillar for driving socio-economic transformation, but also for creating opportunities, especially for young people of this country. Your Excellency and our visitors from Korea, Uganda is a young country. Our median age is about 14.3 years, 14 and a half years. We have over 85% of our population is aged below 35. And over 78% of our population is aged below 30 years. So we are one of the youngest populations in the world. What does that mean? That we have a challenge of creating opportunities for young people. And that's why we are always grateful and eternally grateful to our sister country of Korea, because there are so many things we are doing with you. Through the International Youth Fellowship, we are working on a lot of things to do with mindset change, empowering our people, giving them knowledge and skills that can empower them to be more productive people. When we talk about ICT, those who have heard the many speeches by our president, he never concludes a speech without talking about ICT. ICT as a driver for socio-economic transformation, for driving efficiency and effectiveness. Talk about e-government services, e-commerce, employment, which we are talking about here. You cannot talk about that and delink ICT from that kind of conversation. So our ministry looks at developing policies that ensure that ICTs work, especially for young people of Uganda, which is why the government is investing a lot in connectivity for the internet to ensure that eventually, in the next 4 or 6 years, we connect the whole country. So in the next, we have a steep target, which I believe we will beat. We want to connect the whole of Uganda in the next 4 or not more than 6 years. And our friends from NITAU, where are they? I want to thank them. Where are you, NITAU? I want to thank you when you are here. You know, they say, Basimo Genze, in one of our languages here, that sometimes we want to thank people when they are not here or when they are gone. NITAU has been doing a good job, so I want to thank them, whoever is from NITAU here, because through NITA, we are building fiber to connect the rest of the country. We are also using satellite technology to connect the difficult to reach areas like islands. Uganda has a lot of water bodies. Lake Victoria has more than 30 islands. So in places like islands, we are using satellite, but Uganda is also mountainous in some of the places, like where I come from. I come from the border with Kenya. It has the second highest mountain in Uganda. So for the mountainous places, we're also using satellite. We are working on reducing the cost of the internet, Because if the cost of the internet is high, then it becomes difficult for these young people that you see. We are working on skilling, which I'm sure we have and continue to do with you. Because if people are not adequately skilled, then they can't make so much of the opportunities from ICTs. Our ministry is also supporting innovations by the young people. We started a program about 6 years ago under which we fund startups like the ones we are looking at with you here. We have a lot of young people who are graduates or students of ICTs. They have a lot of ideas, but they don't have resources to get started to create opportunities for themselves. So the government put in a bit of money, and I'm happy to report that we have made some good progress. For example, the e-government procurement system that we use now was developed by young people, like the ones you see here. Are they here, the people who developed the EGP? Are they here? Okay, the point I'm making is that young people have a lot of potential, which we can harness and support through partnerships like the one we have with you. And that's why, Your Excellency, I can't stop to say thank you to you and our sister and kind sister country of Korea, with whom we've done a lot of things and continue to do many things. These partnerships are extremely helpful because for Your Excellency, you know that sometimes we have resource constraints, especially our budget. Sometimes we are constrained. So we are happy, very, very happy to work with you to, through such partnerships, mitigate some of the resource constraints, because then we are able to achieve the objectives of our direction as a country. Especially supporting these young people, we have partnerships and MOUs with the innovation centers, which are driven by young people. We are happy to share with you the memoranda of understanding that we have with really many of them, and they are coming along. So basically what you are doing, Your Excellency and the delegation from Korea, is to support us and work with us to achieve our objectives as a country. The president always talks about ICT as one of the pillars for wealth creation in this country. It is true. The other pillars that he talks about are commercial agriculture, manufacturing, and which is the fourth, the young people the president talks about, and services. Commercial agriculture, manufacturing, and services. ICT being the fourth of the pillars for socio-economic transformation, but also for creating wealth for young people like the ones I'm so happy to see here. The interesting thing is that ICT drives the rest and all the other aspects of economic transformation. Talk about agriculture, talk about education, talk about delivery of health services. So ICT, and that's why us as a ministry, we are also authorized to explore productive partnerships like the one we have with you, Your Excellency. I want to thank you again. I can't thank you enough. So I am going to say, Your Excellency, who can translate that? Do you want to translate? Your Excellency, thank you very much. I've been looking at this program. A lot of good things have come out of it. A lot of good things. These opportunities for networking, for mentorships, for support. A lot of good work has been done, and my understanding, and from us as a ministry, we are looking forward to continuing these partnerships because, like I've just said, I've been looking at the National Development Plan for ICT, and the program of digital transformation remains central to our journey as a country into the year 2030 and beyond. So thank you for supporting us to achieve the objectives of our National Development Plan, but also our policy framework as a ministry, because that framework encompasses working through partnerships like these. So Nita, If I was to mark you, you've got a distinction. So you can clap for Nita you for ensuring that this partnership has been working well. And the Honorable Minister has sent me to say that we are available to continue supporting and working with you to ensure that this partnership continues to grow and to deliver benefits, particularly for the Bazukuru. I see so many here. Who are Bazukuru? Nita you? Bazukuru is a term our president especially uses regularly to mean young people. Every time he issues a statement, he mentions the word Bazukuru. Bazukuru are the people I just spoke about. Uganda, most of the population is below the age of 30, 78%. So these are the people we prioritize to work for, but also to empower, but also to mentor so that they fulfill their potential. And as you know, Uganda has vast opportunities. If you have looked around, the opportunities are immense in every sector: minerals, manufacturing itself, natural resources, farming. We have one of the best climates in the world. It averages between 24 degrees and 30 degrees throughout the year. So in Uganda, even if I don't have a coat, I can survive, even if I don't have a sweater. So the message from the ministry is that we are looking forward to continue working with you now and for the future. I want to thank you so much on behalf of the minister, who is the senior minister, is in Chisoro. Those from Uganda, you know what is happening in Chisoro. He's doing politics for the party. It has a candidate in Chisoro for the woman MP. He also told me to deliver that message to you. Minister of State, who I'm representing, has been in Kigali on similar things, how we can work through partnerships. So Korea, thank you so much for being such a dependable friend and partner of Uganda. From the time of independence to date, we have a rich history. So this is one of the ways we can sustain the history and collaboration for the benefit of humanity, especially the young people of Uganda and the young people of Korea. I'm sure we can also do cultural exchanges so that we learn much more about our sister countries as we look forward to great and greater things to come in the future. Thank you so much, and I want to pray that we have a good day. I believe you've been having a good day. I see happy faces there. I see our visitors look happy, so Nita you, and the hotel, I suppose you've done a good job taking care of them. Let's continue to take good care of them, because I believe they are still in Uganda for some time. Thank you. May God bless you all.
Commissioner, if you may, please, a moment on the stage. It wouldn't be me if I didn't take a government official to task. All of us here are ICT-enabled startups, Commissioner. And since you have here in the room, could I press you to give us a timeline on when cheaper internet is coming?
Now, you know this is politics, eh? So I don't want to make a big announcement on behalf of my minister, because I know the media is here. But I can tell you that by the end of January next year, we are going to have the price of the internet come down by at least 1/3 or even 50%. So what the minister and the president are doing, I know the details, but I don't want to preempt what the minister is going to say. Because you know our minister is also the spokesperson for cabinet, but also government. But let's know that by the end of January next year, you will see for yourselves that the internet, the price has come down by either 1/3 or 50%. I can say that on the record. If it doesn't, you come and take one of my arms. Thank you.
Excuse one moment, please. If we could have, please, the dignitaries, please join us for an unofficial VIP photo, kindly. If Your Excellency could join us on stage, as well as our partners from MSS, COSME, ICT, NITA-U, and Hive Collab. If you could join us on stage for a VIP photo, please. I think that's a fantastic All right. You heard it here. You're the first to know. Right? Cheaper internet is coming. So design your services accordingly. Rework your pricing model to take advantage of that. You are the first to hear this great news. Thank you, Commissioner Watasa, for that information and encouraging news on continued investment from ICT into the tech ecosystem. Thank you also again to NITA-U, and once again to our partners from Korea. At this moment, I'd like to invite all of you to take a quick break. We have coffee and refreshments, and by quick, I mean quick. So I mean like rush outside, grab your coffee, come back inside as we continue the program for the next of the session. For those who are looking for where the bathrooms are, they're just around the corner to the session. We will be continuing the program in approximately 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
This is a 2-minute warning for those who are still getting coffee. Begin to make your way back inside. You have 2 more minutes and then we will get started. If you are still getting coffee, please make your way back in and we will resume the program. Thank you. right, if you are at the lobby and still are getting a coffee, please make your way back in. We will be starting in the next 1 minute. Let's make our way back in, and then we will resume. In the next 45 seconds, we will start. So make your way back to the main auditorium. Start the next 20 seconds. So you may have a seat if you're still standing. Find your seat. And we will get started shortly. All right, let's come back to order, and we may proceed with our presentations. And this is going to be the last session before lunch, so make sure you don't take too much tea. Leave some space for lunch, okay? So let's have our seats and get started. Now we have been learning a lot about the YSU and what this project has been all about, but this next session will really focus on highlighting some of the key successes and perhaps the key results of the Youth Startup Academy Uganda. And to help us do that, I'm going to invite to the stage two incredible people. The project manager of the YSU from the ITC side, that's none other than Mr. Valerio Stoyan, my boss. And then we'll also have Barbara Mutabazi from Hive Collab join him on the stage. And I will have a brief presentation. You're welcome.
Thank you, Rob. Good morning again, everybody. Now, my name is Valerio Stoyan. As Rob said, I am the project manager for the Youth Startup Academy at ITC. I have been in ITC for 15 years now, and the project manager for YSAU for 3 years. And I have to be honest, it's with very great sadness that we are ending this project today. However, I know that the journey will continue. Before I continue, I would like to also express my gratitude and thanks to representatives from the Ugandan government, from representatives from the Korean government, and especially to our partners, Hive Collab and NITAU. So thank you, everybody. We could not have made this project happen without you. As well, I would like a big round of applause for all of you, the entrepreneurs that have been participated in the Youth Startup Academy project. So, I know you have heard a lot throughout the day from all of our distinguished speakers, but what me and Barbara would like to show you now is the actual story of what happened with the Youth Startup Academy. And this story began in Korea in 2011, when Cosme, our donor, to which we are immensely grateful for the support they have been given to us, when Cosme first initiated the YSA, okay? So far, Cosme, through the YSA in Korea, has produced 2 unicorns, and they have over 7,000 alumni. What we're doing now at ITC, we are trying to adapt that model upon their request to developing countries, because we want to bring that success to developing countries. So right now, we started in Uganda, we're closing the project in Uganda, and this year we have just started another Youth Startup Academy in Colombia. Just a little bit of background information. Like I said, the project is funded by COSME, which is under the Ministry of SMEs and Startups in Korea. We have been implementing at ITC together with Hive Collab and NITAU. We started this project in March 2022, and we're going to close and finish all activities in December 2024. We have been implementing this project all over Uganda, not just Central or Kampala region. all over Uganda. I know we have entrepreneurs here today from all over the country. And the photo that you see on the presentation is the initial photo from the launch ceremony that we did in June 2022. Very briefly, what we tried to achieve by setting up the Youth Startup Academy. Well, what's the point? What is the end goal of this? It's to create employment. How are we going to create employment? We're going to create employment by helping young entrepreneurs set up businesses, the outcome, which in turn, you are going to hire new people in your businesses the more you expand. It makes sense, right? And how are we going to create these businesses? You have there the 4 outputs of the project that we set up to do. Very succinct, we adapt the model of YSA from Korea to Uganda, and we implement it here. We give training and capacity building to entrepreneurs. We help you entrepreneurs connect to international markets. And of course, we help and we support any ongoing activity at the policy level for young people. This was the project in a nutshell. Now, when we started the project, we had some ambitious targets. First, we had to set up the YSA model in Uganda. We know the Korean environment and Ugandan environment are very different. So what was extremely successful in Korea doesn't necessarily mean it would have been successful in Uganda. But I'm proud to say that I think we successfully done that. We have successfully adapted the model to Uganda with the help of our partners. We had a very conservative target. Because this was a pilot project, we had a very conservative target on the number of direct jobs we wanted to create. So we set up to create 200 new jobs. This number is very important later for the presentation. And we wanted to train, we said, how are we going to create 200 new jobs? Let's train 1,000 entrepreneurs. And from all of them, we are sure that some people will successfully launch their business or grow their business to create those 200 jobs. We set the targets, which are the ones that are a little bit more ambitious, to have at least 60 of you have revenue, which means either sales or investment, and 1 pre-unicorn startup. In case you do not know what a pre-unicorn startup is, that is a company that has reached a market valuation of $100 million. Do we know of any pre-unicorn startups in Uganda so far? I think there are a few, right, Barbara? I think we have a couple of companies. We wanted to add to that number, so we are still working on it, I believe. How did we set up to do this? What I'm showing you next are the actual activities that we did in the project before I go to what we have achieved. Very briefly, setting up the YSA, we helped Hive Collab with the help of our donor Cosme to develop their infrastructures. They have now, since we started working together, they have expanded their offices and refurbished to create a more nurturing environment for you entrepreneurs. We have adapted the training curriculum from YSA Korea to YSA Uganda. And what we have done, and we're continuing to do it, build the capacity of Hive Collab to make sure that they are able to continue the YSA after December 2024 when the project is ending. The training to entrepreneurs. You entrepreneurs here present and watching us live stream, you know the process that we have been through, right? But for the people that do not know, in order to train 1,000 entrepreneurs, we had to split in 4 cohorts. And during those cohorts, if you see here the process, we had a stage 1 of applications, a boot camp. Then the successful entrepreneurs moved to stage 2, where you received additional trainings. And then the more successful entrepreneurs went to stage 3, which was a 5 months incubation, where you received coaching, training, and additional support from experts for your businesses. Okay. We also helped to register your businesses for those that needed, who did not yet have a business registered yet. We helped register businesses. And this year, we also gave funding directly to a few selected entrepreneurs that had the best potential for growth in the future, directly from the project. So again, a big thank you to the Korean government and to COSME, our donor, for allowing this support. We are the International Trade Center. Our main focus at ITC is exports, right? So we also built the capacity of entrepreneurs on exports and what it means to exports. The reason for that is because some businesses and the model of some businesses can be born to be directly exporters. You don't need to grow your business until you think about exports. You can start from the beginning. So it was a very important part of the project to give training on exports and to teach entrepreneurs what it actually means to export. And of course, in order to help all the entrepreneurs build networks and try to find investors, what we did throughout the project, we participated in total, as you see on the screens, to 13 local and international exhibitions. I'm not going to go through all of them. We have been to all the important ones in Uganda, GTEx, and Come Up in Korea. And we're still going to go to Come Up in Korea this year in December 2024. And last but not least, we wanted to help the efforts of policy for young people. While we were doing the project, we discovered the work of the technical working group led by the Ministry of Trade, and they graciously allowed us to help them and to join them in their efforts to promote. So we did a series of activities with the technical working group and with other ecosystem players, other incubators in Kampala, to help them promote a national bill for youth in the parliament. I think the efforts are ongoing on this. Obviously, this is not something that you can do in a short period of time. And pretty soon, I hope, maybe next year, you will hear more news about this. So these were the actual activities that we performed, right? It all sounds very nice. But what have we actually achieved in the project? We managed to build the YSA facility, and as Barbara mentioned before, and she will continue after my presentation, not only that we built it, it will be able to sustain itself, to continue by its own. We managed to train in total 1,032 entrepreneurs. So we did achieve that target that we set in the beginning. We registered 100 new businesses. Through this project, we provided financial support for you entrepreneurs to go and register with the Ugandan government your businesses. This is very important. Thank you. It is very important in formalizing your businesses because that will be one of the key factors in driving job creation. Now, I know there have been some numbers around today, but we're currently conducting an impact study in the project, an impact study on jobs created. And we've just received the preliminary results. The study will be finished in December with all the data. But from the preliminary data that we have in this report, we have created, so far, we don't have the data for 2024 yet completed. We have created so far 700 direct jobs. That is direct jobs, okay? So that's why I said, thank you. That's why I was saying the target of 200 that we set in the project at the beginning was important because we managed with the help of all the entrepreneurs present here. Because of you, we managed to surpass that target. And as I mentioned, we were able, through the help of Hive Collab, to provide $200,000 in direct donations to 13 entrepreneurs to expand and grow your businesses. What else did we achieve? 57 startups traveled or will travel in December to international trade fairs, okay? We're talking here about 3 times going to GITEX and 2 times to come. More than 80 startups you have exhibited in local trade fairs here. We're talking about Kampala Impact Day, Uganda Innovation Week, UMA Trade Fair, and many others. And so far, today, with the help of Mr. Park from Ventureport Capital from Korea, we have successfully reached $1.5 million in direct investments from investors. And I think this is all thanks to you and the good work that you do. As I said, the numbers are still to be counted at the end of 2024. What I'm saying here is only to date. Okay. And besides that, you entrepreneurs have managed cumulatively to create $4.4 million sales for your businesses. These are data that we're getting directly from you, that you have reported through your balance sheet, through your annual income statements, okay? So this is actual real direct impact that we are able to create together. Also, very important, besides the numbers that we're showing here, investment, very good, making sales, very good. But there's also another catalyst for creating even more than what we did here, and that is partnerships and knowledge exchange. And we have working very hard to link Ugandan entrepreneurs with Korean entrepreneurs. We have so far successfully managed to sign 4 MOUs of cooperation. They are ongoing. The companies, please give them a round of applause. It is more difficult than you would think to create these partnerships. And the benefits will be seen in the coming period, and I think they will be very, very significant. Now, what I was telling you, and I would like to thank the local team on the ground here for helping us prepare and work and do the work on the impact report on jobs created. So far, from the entrepreneurs, and we're talking here only from 127 entrepreneurs that finished stage 3 of the incubation, that went through the entire whole program. So only from 127 entrepreneurs. So far, we saw that the employment rate grew by 58% only in these startups, which is significant. And that is full-time employment. We also rose the part-time employment by 105%. And you have there by numbers, right? You have the 4 cohorts and how they contributed directly with the number of jobs. We have full-time jobs, 262, and part-time new jobs, 432. And keep in mind, these ones are direct jobs, people that the entrepreneurs hire directly. Also, from the same entrepreneurs, it's clear that you want to start expanding even more than this, your workforce. The more you will be able to grow, which you are very confident that you will after the project, the more you will grow your job creation. And a very important number, because we're working directly with you, but you are working indirectly with other people. You have, along the value chains that you work, you interact with other companies. By you creating more business for other companies, those companies in turn can create more jobs themselves and grow. So through the data we collected, we found that we were able to create 3,000 indirect new jobs, which brings us a total of 3,700 created jobs in the 3 years we have been operating the project. I'm not going to continue very long. I just wanted to showcase a few examples which you've already seen and we've spoken about today. We have Yunga, who managed to sign the first investment deal with Ventureport, which represented the first investment deal from a Korean venture capitalist into an Ugandan startup. Bringo Fresh, which you saw earlier in the video, they managed to secure by going and to one of the trade fairs we gave them the opportunity to, they secured a very significant investment amount from a French investor. And we have MScan. I think everybody heard about MScan in Uganda, correct? We all heard here about MScan? Yeah? Good. MScan signed, is one of the 4 collaboration MOUs that they signed. And what MScan will do now through the partnership with the Korean entrepreneur that came from the YSA Korea, they are going to supply their materials for creating their scanning devices, which will lead into a higher quality product that they will have at the end. And of course, also we have Kacyber, who I think I saw him earlier today, he's around, who managed to secure a significant investment directly from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation in Uganda after they met and visited us at GITEX. And I think with this, I think I am done with this, and I will give the floor to Barbara. And I would like to thank again all of you entrepreneurs, to congratulate you, because it's a very hard journey that you've been through. Congratulate you on your achievements, and to thank again our donor Cosme for the support they provided, representatives from the Korean government, and as well from the Ugandan government. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Valerio. Yes. So Valerio has talked about what we have done and how this is the close of the YSAU. This is the close of phase 1. What they have done with us has not only transformed the way we look at how we support entrepreneurship in Uganda, it has also changed the way we look at collaboration and the role of collaboration. When we all work together, when the different partners within the ecosystem work together, so that's government, private sector, academia, and the entrepreneurs themselves, investors, all of us working together, we can achieve more for Uganda's development. But the key piece in this is also you, the entrepreneurs. You have worked hard, and we want to let you know that we are committed to continuing to support you. This is not the end. You might be graduating, for those in cohort, you might be graduating now, but one of the things that we have just launched is the alumni community. And what we want to do with that is to continue supporting you. But we don't want to lead it as Hive Collab. We will offer the support in every way in terms of continuation of providing the facilities and different resources, but also putting you in front of investors. So if you remember how we've been pushing you with these deal books, telling you we need to know what's happening, we want you to keep speaking to us. We want to know the changes that are happening in your business so that when we are out there, the Hive Collab team is not just based in Uganda. We are based internationally. And one of the things that we are doing is promote our startups. But we also want to be putting our best foot forward. If I met an investor, I want to put the businesses that are really serious with what they're doing with their business. Because when you do good, we look good. When you do good, more investors are going to look at Uganda. So we are putting you there as ambassadors to show what Uganda can do. To you who are going to Korea next month, you're not just going for yourself. So we don't expect that you'll go eat good food, look around, take pictures, and come back to Uganda. The goal for us is that be an ambassador to show the world that Uganda has great businesses, investable businesses, and draw them to come in. Our neighbors have done a really good job. Kenya and now Rwanda are doing a good job. So we're sending you out as ambassadors. So part of what we want to do with this community is to continue supporting you. So the mentors that you have had, those are still going to be available to you. And in any way that you feel Hive Collab can support with our partners, we are ready to support you. If you need a voice, you need to get into some office, UN Registration Services Bureau or standards, we are here to support you and be that voice for you guys. But we also believe that there is a lot of power in collaboration amongst yourselves. All of you are at different stages. One of the things that has been really crucial for us as a hub is the network that we have with other hubs across Uganda and across Africa. The hubs that have gone through some hurdles and solved them have been our mentors. They've mentored us and showed us the way. And the younger ones that are coming up, we've also been mentors. I've received phone calls and worked with hubs from Zimbabwe, Namibia, and literally anywhere in Africa. They'll reach out and say, hey, we're setting up this, we're trying to get this, we've seen that Hive Collab has done it, how do we do it? And they've benefited from that. And so one of the things that we're asking you with this community is for you to keep it active, support each other. It's not a competition. I can tell you something, for the 15 years that I've done this, I have seen that collaboration, if you want to grow, collaborate with others. As human beings, when someone shares something good with you, somehow a thing in you ticks that I need to also share something good. So you'll find sharing each other, or how did you get this investor on board, or how did you do it? That's what we are looking for with this community. The other thing is, this is not the end of the YSAU. It is going to continue. Over the last 2 years, as we've been implementing this, we've been learning. ITC has been a great help to us, teaching us the importance of export trade, teaching us the importance of training our startups not to look at just the local market, but to work for the global market. Because let me tell you something, Kenyan startups are looking at Uganda. Korean startups are also looking at Uganda. So I want you to also look outside. Build a startup that will succeed anywhere in the world. And so we are committed to supporting that. We are going to have a new cohort starting in 2015, building on to that, and we continue to enhance the curriculum. The learning from Korea has not ended. We are continuing to build on that we have learned from them, and continuing to learn and adapt that into Uganda. Our partners, they've all spoken here. They are still on board. The government of Uganda is on board, ITC is on board, even the Korean government is still on board. And we've also managed to bring on other new investors, mainly from Europe and the US, who are also committed to supporting this program. So for us, this is not a program that we were chosen to come and do and then close shop. No, it is here to stay. It is now embedded into what we do as Hive Collab. So we continue to also bring on investors, because like I said in the beginning, that we need all the ecosystem partners to work together. So one of the things that we are very keen on bringing on board in 2025 is international investors to look at Uganda more seriously, just like they're looking at Kenya, to look at Uganda more seriously, that we have what it takes. Our startups are serious and they have the potential to scale beyond our borders. And that will depend on how you present yourselves as we continue to work with you. So we're very excited to continue on this journey and grow this until we have unicorns out of you. It doesn't take 1 or 2 years, but we believe that by year 10, where I'll be inviting the Korean government, I'll be inviting ITC, government of Uganda, at the celebration of the 10th anniversary of YSAU, to come here and see what we have done. And that is a promise to you guys. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Valerie. An amazing program over only the course of 2 years. I invite you to envision what will happen over the next 10 years. As all of you continue to build your startups, as all of you continue to improve your businesses, as you continue to hire other people, as you continue to impact the economy as we grow this country. You, as the commissioner said, you are the present and you're also the future of Uganda's business ecosystem. And I have to say, a quarter of the way through this program, you all deserve a hand of applause. One more time, please. Some great partners working together for a common vision of creating jobs, building economies, and improving lifestyles. Through these efforts, we are going to be building the Uganda that we're looking forward to in partnership with everybody, both external and internal. And as many of you like to grumble behind the scenes, government is here as our partner to help. In fact, let's give a round of applause to them. As much criticism as they do get, they do sometimes deliver and things that are beneficial. And if you ever want to figure out what has government delivered, next time, think about the process of paying for your umeme. Think about the process of paying for umeme. Many of you probably are bazukulu and you don't remember that sometimes there was actually a time you had to go line up at umeme to pay for electricity. Not so. And thanks to ICT, you can now do it on your phone. Thanks to mobile money, you can now actually do it on your phone. I've become so digital these days, I hardly carry around cash. That's how the digital economy is going. So the question to you is, are you going to be ready? He said the internet is going to be cheaper, and it's coming, but are your products ready for that future, for that digital economy? Right? Or are you still, part of the people is, you don't put prices on your products when on your WhatsApp page. You're like, inbox me for prices. Are you really ready for the digital economy? Inbox me for prices. Are you gonna have inbox me for prices for 1,000 customers? Put your prices up. Put your prices up. Put your prices up. What are you selling? International secrets. Highest bidder. Ladies and gentlemen, we are a quarter of the way through an exciting 2 days of closing this amazing program. I am taking as much time as I can to prepare your stomachs for the amazing lunch you're about to have and a little break from the program. In a little while, we're going to have the lunch coupons issued to all of you. Lunch is going to be downstairs in the basement is where the cafeteria is. We hope that you are well prepared. Take as much coffee as you have. We have an amazing session starting this afternoon with some panels, some discussions regarding this program. And as we also prepare for the evening session, which will be a networking session in the afternoon, and I hope many of the VIPs will please stick around to receive your flowers from the startups as they thank you personally for the journey that you have enabled and the transformative efforts that you have given to them and the eye-opening lessons that all of our startups have gone through. How are we doing on the coupons for lunch? Okay, outside the door? Okay, all right, so as you exit the room, the coupons will be handed out. You do need to have an actual coupon before you head outdoor. And I do see the coupons are being handed out. Lunch will be ready at 12:30, so please kindly head downstairs. And promptly, we will be getting started at 1:30 p.m. So that's plenty of time for you to network, have some lunch, make sure you get some coffee and prepare for the afternoon, for the very exciting afternoon session. And we look forward to having you back here very, very shortly.
DJ, if you can give us something to usher us into lunch. We can dance our way to lunch, maybe. I don't know. Thank you.
Deadly charm, wicked smile. First time that I saw you, I remember it all so very vividly. Every move that you made, every word you said, went in my memory. Drawn to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade. Sweet serenade. Every move was just like poetry. From the look of your eyes, gazing into the night full of mystery. And just like Mercury, hard to hold. You shine like the diamond of a distant star. You're more alluring than gold. Drawn to the light in your eyes. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade. Drawn like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade. Such a sweet serenade. Drawn to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade, a sweet serenade. A sweet serenade. I remember it all so very vividly, my sweet serenade. Every move was just like poetry, my sweet serenade, sweet serenade.
All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon. We just had lunch, so I want to see some energy, okay? Good afternoon. All right, good. So we're about to get started at exactly 2 p.m. That's in exactly 7 minutes. We will get started with our afternoon session. But before we do that, I want to give us another opportunity. In the morning when you say stand up, meet someone you haven't spoken to, people do not want to sit down after that. So we want to give you another opportunity to connect. But also, you know, after lunch, the matoke and all the good stuff we ate is beginning to compete for some of the resources in the body. So I want us to just get on our feet, okay? Let's all stand. And when I say stand, it means you have to rise up, leave your seat, okay? And I want you to, again, you know, just find someone you haven't spoken to today, okay? We're going to give us about 2-3 minutes for us to connect. So find someone, hopefully someone not on your table, okay? And someone you haven't spoken to today, and just connect. Ask them what are they doing, and just connect with them, okay? So I want to see everybody up, okay? I see the tables there. Unless you're panelists and you're preparing, please, let's stand up, okay? If you're seated, I can see you, and I'm going to come closer to you, okay? Let's stand and move a bit. Find someone you haven't spoken to today, all right? And just get to know what they do, who they are, all right? Aha. This table, we are not moving, why? Aha. Let us stand. People are not standing here. You already know each other. Different table. I don't want people on the same table, okay? Find someone from a different table you haven't spoken to. Aha, Frank, why are you sitting on your I told you I know some of our names. Okay, yes.
I'll give you 1 more minute. Make sure you get the business cards. This is table. Where is the networking? Oh, sorry. Fantastic. All right. This is what we're talking about. I love it when people are connecting, exchanging contacts. This is where the collaborations begin. This is where the partnerships begin. So very good. I think I will now ask us to begin to wrap it up. Okay? Begin finding the way to your seat. Get that number, take that selfie, and find your seat, okay? Let's begin to get back to our seats, okay? Now, we're going to have another opportunity later in the day, and there are going to be some drinks, hopefully, so we're going to have the proper networking session this evening. But for now, we have to carry on with our afternoon session. So if I may ask all of us to kindly take up our seats. Let's kindly get back to our seats. I know everyone can hear me. So let's take up our seats, and then I will proceed with our afternoon session. Okay? Let's take up our seats. If you know you're standing and you can hear me, take up your seat, okay? I told you, you guys, it's good to network, but we have more time, okay? So let's take up our seats, and we get started with the afternoon session. Okay. I see people still standing. I'll give you 30 more seconds. This is beautiful, though. But just so you know, we'll have another session the entire evening today for you to connect, to network. We'll have a beautiful cocktail, and that's where we'll carry on the conversations, okay? Okay. Safe Bango, please tell your crew to sit, okay? Aha. Mr. Yunga is in the house. Please take your seat. I told you I know most of your names, so if you misbehave, I'll call you up. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after a very inspiring morning, just hearing about the YSC journey and really getting to see firsthand the impact of this program, it's now my pleasure to welcome you back to this afternoon session. And this afternoon, we have a few things in stock. We'll be having a very enthusiastic, insightful panel discussion happening here. And we shall also be having, as another highlight of this afternoon, the actual graduation ceremony of the Cohort 4 YSU startups. So be expectant. But for now, to really get us started with the panel discussion, I'm going to hand it over to my co-host and now moderator, Teddy, to take us away. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it's important to say the fastest way for us to get to the networking session this evening, and ladies and gentlemen, I personally made all of the orders of the bottles that will be on the tables. So if you want to enjoy those as fast as possible, let's get on with the afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back for the afternoon session. It's my pleasure now to introduce our esteemed panelists. We include Barbara Mutabazi from Hive Collab and also the founder of Women in Technology Uganda. She wears multiple hats. I would also like to call up to the stage Joshua Akandwanaho, IT Services Advisor at NITA-U, Rita Ngenzi from ITC, and Dehi Lee from COSME. Please join us. A round of applause for the panelists. So as the panelists come up, this panel is going to explore the role of collaboration across government, international agencies, private sectors in fostering a resilient and innovative startup ecosystem in Uganda. As we discussed this morning, it takes more than one entity to actually bring about the kind of success stories that we have seen in the impact numbers that have been delivered. And the panelists will share insights into how their organizations partnered with YSAU project and highlight the successes and challenges of such multi-stakeholder collaboration. The discussion will emphasize how Ugandan and Korean institutions work together to promote innovation, support business growth, and enhance cross-border knowledge exchange, ultimately strengthening the entrepreneurial ecosystem here in Uganda. But first of all, I know I have already introduced each of these panelists. I'll give you 1 minute for each of you to introduce yourself, but to also kick off the discussion by letting me know before this program started, what were your hopes? Barbara, you can go first, and we can just go.
Thank you so much, Teddy. My name is Barbara Mtawazi. I'm a co-founder of Hive Collab and also founder Women in Technology Uganda. I'm very passionate about entrepreneurship and also ensuring that there is gender equity or equality in entrepreneurship, making sure that women are not left behind. My hopes before this program, as Hive Collab, our goal is to support ideas that create a positive social impact on the country. And so our goal in whatever we do as Hive Collab is to support our entrepreneurs to not just build innovations that are going to benefit 1, 2, 3 people, but that are going to bring lasting change to multitudes of Ugandans and also transcend our borders, not just to build things that are only for Ugandans, but across Uganda, and also embracing the digital economy because that's the future. My hope was that we would be on our way to building unicorns out of Uganda. My hope was also that we would see the value and power of collaborations. What does it look like when the different stakeholders in the ecosystem who are trying to support entrepreneurship work together? What can that bring? Yeah.
Okay, good. Mr. Day.
Hello, I'm from Korea. I'm in charge of this YS Uganda project in COSME. COSME stands for Korea SME and Startups Agency. Actually, my goal, I need a paper, so as the president of COSME, it's a pretty big honor to discuss our work with the Youth Startup Academy in Uganda. Our organization based in Korea has a long history of supporting SME startups, which has been essential to Korea's economic transformations. We've been seeing firsthand the impact of helping smaller business grow on adapting it, even though the tough times. One major milestone for us in fostering entrepreneurship was the launch of our YSA in 2011, which has produced some highly successful companies, including unicorns. Drawing from this experience, we partnered with ITC, NITA Uganda, and Hive Collab to bring this model to Uganda through YSA. Our main goal in these projects was sharing the COSME model. We wanted to transfer COSME successful model, including best practice from our Youth Startup Academy to support Uganda unique business environments. This model has been central to growing sustainable and resilient business in Korea, and we hope to see similar success in Uganda.
Very good, very good. And for you, Joshua.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joshua Kanwa. Now I work with NITA as a BPO and ITS supervisor, but they're also in charge of collaborations and innovations between the public and private sector players. My hopes were at the start of the program, the fact that there are a lot of stakeholders in this ecosystem. So our hopes as NITA were, how do we increase or expand the collaborations that are within the ecosystem to be able to share risks, share resources, share insights, and be able to learn and tackle large-scale innovation projects in this country. All along, we've been collaborating, re-engineering, and promoting success or digitization within the public ecosystem, but little was known in the private space where most of innovators, incubators, software developers thrive. So my biggest hopes were how do we bridge the misinformation, how to bridge the gaps that are therein to be able to speak to each other comfortably and be able to listen to one another, learn, and be able to grow the whole entire ecosystem as a platform. Thank you.
Rita.
Thanks, Teddy. My name is Rita. I'm the national coordinator for the YSAU project in Uganda. For me, the fact that Uganda was chosen as the first country to scale the YSA model was a very big task because ultimately we would then set the tones for the rest of the countries that would come along. We know now there's YSA Colombia, and it really held the hopes and the potential that was seen in Uganda, and for us to be able to rise to that occasion and to prove that our youth, our startups, our entrepreneurs, because everything that's being presented here today is because of the entrepreneurs in the room. It's their results, you know. And I think we made the case. We've been saying for so many years, Africa is worth betting on, young Africans are worth it. And I think Ugandans race to the occasion, the Ugandan entrepreneurs, the startups, the ones that make everyone here look good. And so my hopes were that we would not just show that the YSA model can be scaled into Uganda, but Uganda can birth its own continuity out of it as well.
Okay, thank you. And that leads me to, I think, an important question that we should kick off the conversation with. As we're looking, you know, towards what we've accomplished, my question is that what lessons have we learned from this project that could be applied to future collaborative efforts in Uganda's tech ecosystem? And from that perspective, I need to know also what other players could actually be brought into the fold to make such collaborations even more fruitful. I'll start with you since you were last, Rita.
Okay, sure. When we started the project with the first cohort, we called it our pilot cohort. And that cohort really taught us so much. The understanding we had going in was very different because unless you have local context, unless you begin to understand what the journey from an entrepreneur's eyes look like, then you can't really understand what it means to scale their enterprises from Uganda and beyond. And so the idea that co-creation and partnerships should be open and flexible enough to co-design and to understand what are the resources that it takes throughout the entrepreneurial life cycle. We can't tell the entrepreneurs what works for them. Yes, we can guide them, but it's important that we begin to see the lived challenges that they have in scaling their enterprises. And that's what we saw in the first cohort. So for example, with the legal support that we brought on, that was through understanding that this was a challenge that the entrepreneurs were facing, you know? Yeah. So many things we were able to refine the model, to contextualize it to our economy, and then to build on the Korean best practices. Yeah. So the two merged partnerships just created something really incredible. So it's important that for partners coming into this conversation, that you build on the learnings, because you can't go back and start again, you know? Yeah. So you have to say, what have we learned, what works, what doesn't work, and how do we take that forward? So it'll be great to see more investors joining the conversation, from private equity to VCs, because we know that's a bottleneck challenge in our sector. And also to now, what are the various instruments that can be used, financing instruments? What does it mean? Like, I think we had a conversation about distribution channels, because the problems at ideation are different to the problems at post-revenue startups. Sure. We saw startups signing investment deals through the project, but how do we support in that phase of their journey. What does scaling look like? We're still focused on ideation, which is fantastic, but once we get them to revenue, then what, you know? And those are the partners that we need.
True. Joshua, I want to extend on that conversation in terms of partnerships. And you know, in looking at what we've been missing, in a lot of programs, I hate to say this, and you and I are friends. You know, we've been collaborating together for a long. But you are, in the purpose of this panel, you are government. So you know, take the heat as it comes. A lot of times in these partnerships, government tends to be what can I say? The barrier to progress. You, as NITA, have been very proactive in the assistance and even going so far as to say, we know we can do more. So tell us a little bit more, in your vision, what you think that NITA can do in this ecosystem as a partner to help accelerate a lot more success in the ecosystem.
Thank you. I think what we've learned from the previous, for the time this program has been running, we've seen that a collaborative mindset is very transformative. And what we've learned as government is that we need to integrate the larger community with the startup and the bigger ecosystem into the government programs and policy formulation. Because what drives budget is policies, and the policies come from within the public space. So our take-homes as NITA is that we need to integrate the larger mindset that is within the private space, the co-working spaces, the incubation centers, the labs, the startups, and try and bring their challenges into the policy formulation. So we need to innovate better as government. We need to drive policy innovation across government to be able to bring the sustainable impact to our startup ecosystem. What we've seen is that the big brains that we have in this country can actually produce very good and outstanding solutions for our challenges. We don't actually need to import tech solutions even within our public space. There is nothing we can do as government that cannot be done internally with our minds that we have in this country, especially for the young people in this room and even outside. So we're changing the narrative within government to also start to think that all these big challenges we have can actually be solved by the communities that are out there. So we're also transforming our policies and even our implementation strategies of most of the programs that we're running to be able to incorporate the ecosystem, the innovation ecosystem in this country. We've even gone ahead to even influence this even in other ministries, departments, and agencies by ensuring that they also start up and within their budgets try and make some budget allocations for software development. It could be in-house, but then they could also engage the wider development community. Because we've seen that everything that we are facing as a problem in this country, being public service delivery, being the roads, being automobiles, being each and every industry, being health, there's actually a digital health conference happening tomorrow. We've seen that the bigger innovation ecosystem in this country can solve these challenges. But how do we bring this ecosystem onto the table that makes decisions, and if not, how do we design policies and programs and strategies as government to be able to integrate this bigger community? So that's a big take home for me as NITA, as government.
Yeah, and if I may follow up with you, since you coordinate a lot of different government agencies, one of the struggles, and part of the reason, Rita, you mentioned, we realized we needed legal representation to help the startups, was the difficulty navigating the different government agencies. So even from a policy perspective to implementation side of things, how soon before we can actually see real interoperability between government services? Because it was some of these guys, raise your hands for some of you that haven't finished your registration processes. Yeah, okay. Some of you are lying. I know you're lying. How soon before we see real interoperability between these government services? Because that's another aspect of partnership, right? Making it easy for multiple, for individuals like in this room to engage immediately and get to building business rather than fighting government agencies. So taking days for for you providing all kinds of documents to a bank that you've already provided to URSB, to NITA, etc. How soon can we see real interoperability and partnership within government agencies, making it easy for these guys to navigate the business ecosystem?
So I must say that there is a lot of transition that is happening within government. But one of the biggest challenges that we've been fighting is mindset of the people that sit in those rooms, to be able to have their minds broad in terms of thinking, diverse in terms of how they approach things. So we've tried to an extent achieve that. But there is, of course, the other big challenge that most of these people may not easily understand what these people are bringing onto the table. So, but to some key institutions like URSB, we've tried to digitize most of their processes to be able to even accommodate and fast track, say for example, registration of a business from so many days to even now hours, that without even engaging URSB, you can go onto that website and be able to register your company. We've also set up an office at the URSB, that building, which is going to coordinate most of these transformations, especially within the business registration, automation of most of these platforms. So there's where we've reached in terms of changing the mindset of most of these public institutions. We've automated their processes. They are taking their services online. They've started to appreciate that digitization can actually work and can change and turn things around. So we've achieved that to a big extent. Now we're moving into financing these strategies, financing these interventions, the digital interventions within the public and private space. We've tried to digitize that, most of the processes, but we are still lacking some resources. But the good thing is that there is a lot of shift in terms of the change that is happening, brought about by the forces internally, but then also the forces across the world. Most of these people go out there and see exactly how things are being done without any physical interaction. So they are at the airports, they are using digital passports, and on e-gates, accessing most of these buildings. There is no one there at the point maybe to ask, I want to go to this conference room. So things out there, when they go there and see them and appreciate them, they tend to come back in country and then also start on the transformations within. So we're doing that as NITA, but then also NITA is here to help. We're also launching a consumer protection portal tomorrow, and we believe that most of the issues around how most of these digital services are provided can as well be routed to NITA, and NITA can give you a hand in trying to open these doors that are a bit locked for you guys.
Okay, thank you so much. So what you're saying is soon we will not have to deal with system is down. Good. Moving on to Dehi. I would like to know from your perspective, since you launched the YSAU program, came from COSME in Korea, now you're moving it to other countries, in a multinational perspective in terms of collaboration. With your international stakeholders, what opportunities do you see in young entrepreneurs collaborating with Korea? Because I've got to think that there's an end game to this engagement and widespread partnership around the world. Yeah.
Partnership between our local and international stakeholders, such as collaboration between COSME and Uganda, create unique opportunities for young entrepreneurship by blending resources, expertises, and global networks to address local needs with a local global perspective. Here is a meaningful impact. First, knowledge and skill transfer. International partnership bring proven models, expertise, and educational method may not be readily available locally. For example, COSME Youth Startup Academy, which has been successful in Korea, provide Ugandan entrepreneurs with structure, incubations, mentoring, and skill building opportunities. This will help accelerate their growth and equip them with capabilities they need to manage and scale their business. And secondly, access to global market and networks. Through this partnership, young entrepreneurs gain access international market and broader networks. For example, by participating in global events like GITEX and the Korea Come-Ups in December, a startup can showcase their ideas on world stage, forming partnership in attracting investments opportunity that might otherwise be out of reach. And the policy institutional support, collaboration with international organizations often comes with local institutional support, making easier navigate regulatory and licensing requirements. These efforts reduce operational barriers and create a more favorable environment for startups.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me move you to Barbara in terms of partnerships. So before we obviously organize multinational partnerships, multi-sector partnerships, we have to have the local partnerships. And since its inception, Hive Collab has been building the tech ecosystem. Walk me through what it takes to build that level of partnerships. I remember when we were first launching and trying to figure out, first of all, what is a co-working space? I mean, it's right there in the name, co-working. So how do you build that coalition of partners that take you from 15 years ago where we were just ideating to where now we're actually seeing results in the ecosystem?
I think it starts with understanding that we are all trying to do the same thing. So when you look at government's national development strategy, they are promoting entrepreneurship. When you look at, for example, COSME, why they came to Uganda, promoting entrepreneurship. When you look at the innovation hubs, of course, 15 years ago, it was only Hive Collab. What was our goal? To support entrepreneurship. When you look at academia, when young people are coming out, any university would want its people to be in a job of some sort, either through finding employment or creating their own employment. So for us, right from the beginning, we knew and understood that collaboration is really key because you can't be everything. And so for an ecosystem to thrive, you need different key stakeholders in there. And one of the things that, while in the last 15 years we've seen a big difference and growth in collaboration, it's still not as good as it should be. One of the key pieces, for example, right now that's missing in this room and within the ecosystem is access to capital that Rita talked about. And when I talk about capital, I'm not just talking about having a few investors here and there. I'm talking about a variety of investors. When you look at what has made other ecosystems thrive, they have access to a variety of investors, from angel investors to venture capitalists to grants to government supporting. When we went to Korea, for example, and understood what it has taken to make the YSAU succeed, one of the key things that we noted right from the beginning was that government support was very key and in there from the start, from funding to infrastructure to making sure that everything that entrepreneurs in Korea need to succeed is made available. Access to finance, academia. We went and visited KAIST, which is a university. When you look at what they are teaching, it's very forward-thinking. I see someone from KAIST putting their hands up. Yeah, I applaud them for what they are doing. The role of academia in an ecosystem, for example, is to support even with just research. We have so many successful businesses in Uganda. If you look at the Jessas, the Mukwanos and all that, if I ask you to produce a case study of any of these businesses, what has made them succeed? Even the ones that failed, Sembabule, yeah? What made these businesses rise up and go down? There's a lot of lessons that we can learn from that. But as an ecosystem, we do not have that. When you try to study the other ecosystems across the world, they have all that. Part of what I studied when I went to study was what's making Netflix and Amazon and all these businesses stick. What made, what's that company that had DVDs, that was selling DVDs, and then Netflix came and they ignored Netflix. I forget what they are called. But also, let me give an example of Yahoo. I studied why Yahoo failed. And why, yeah, Blockbuster. Why Yahoo failed and why, and when they ignored, what was it, Google, yeah? Google offered them to buy it for very small money, and they neglected that. If we had such access in this country to all the content and the data and research that we could have, it would help the entrepreneurs here who are building. If we had all these ecosystem players working together. And so for us as Hive Collab, that's one of the things that we are trying to do. When the development agencies come into Uganda, we want them to work with the local innovators, work with the local hubs, so that wherever we are at, find us, let's exchange knowledge and build onto what has already been started, rather than going back and starting from scratch. So it is very key for us as an ecosystem to actually work together and collaborate and build.
Very good. And before I move on to the next question, I would like to invite the audience to start putting together some questions for our partners here on the panel. These guys have been responsible for you sitting in those chairs, going through the programs that we've actually been taking you through. What are those burning questions that you have for them that I could actually share with them? Please take a few minutes to kind of craft your questions or comments or feedback that you may have for the panelists, but please keep it short. So as we wait for those questions, so we've talked about the benefits, we've talked about how we put together something like this, but let's talk about the difficulty of actually bringing together such a coalition of diverse partners into this ecosystem and a partnership, and to have the success, Rita, that we've been reading off the charts, from investment to number of jobs created, impact created, all of that. What are the challenges inherent in building such a coalition?
Maybe I'll borrow some of what Barbara had said, but having enough maybe case studies of successful coalitions or partnerships that have worked in such a way, especially in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. And maybe in the case of Uganda, she spoke about the mission in Korea, where we realized that government was so instrumental in so much of what the ecosystem does, from COSME to a dedicated ministry for SMEs and startups. So there are best practices around the world, but on a local level, we haven't seen that as much. So projects like this are really almost flagship projects where you're seeing diverse partners come together around the startup and ecosystem. So you're really learning as you go. And I think for this project being the first project in Uganda that scaled the YSA model, you then also become the guinea pig for it in a sort of way. And it was fantastic because we learned so much from the Korean counterparts on how to do this. We learned a lot from other partners, from NITA, from government partners. How do you work with government, So it's always a hurdle when you're doing something that's not done as often as it should be done, and you're paving the way for that. It will come. Private sector has its way of working. It's revenue or nothing, right?
Yeah.
Then you have other sectors that are really built for impact. And then you start talking about business. An investor is going to ask for returns, What happens when you're supporting a social enterprise, for example?
Yeah.
So each sector has its own language that it speaks. So when you begin to merge those languages, what does it mean? It's always going to be a lot of push and pull. But when it works, it really works, and it's able to get great results like what we were able to achieve, and so much more that can be done after this.
Sure.
Yeah.
Very good.
Maybe just to add on, and I want to be very candid, one of the challenges that I see is, as an ecosystem, we tend to be on one extreme and not balanced. I'll give an example. For an ecosystem or a collaboration to thrive or entrepreneurial ecosystem to grow, we need to balance between investment and grant.
Yeah.
But when you look at our ecosystem right now, it's pretty much grant driven. And so what that has done to our entrepreneurs is to be grantpreneurs or grant seekers. Rather than building their businesses to become investable, people are running from program to program to look for investment. And that all stems from lack of access to capital. Because if it's standing to one side and for you to be able to, for example, to go through, to get part of the investment from YSAU, you have to go through its program. To get to another program, you have to go through their 6 months or whatever. And that's a lot of waste for entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
If I have gone through the YSAU, for example, any of you, I don't think there's an entrepreneurial program in this country that will offer you better than, I actually know so. There is no entrepreneurial startup program that's going to offer you better than what we have offered you. But I've seen a number of you going into these competitions and programs and all. And part of me understands why, because there is not enough distribution of capital and investments that will make you not go to this and state your purpose very clearly. I'm looking for investment. I already have this, and this is where we need to go. So that is lacking within. And so it becomes very difficult to create successful partnerships. But also within us, let's say as ESOs or entrepreneurship support organizations, we are not very good at making the collaborations work because we look at it as a competition. But when you study ecosystems that are thriving, one of the key things that you will see is that these entrepreneurship organizations are actually working together. When they, for example, if I as Hive Collab went and approached, let's say, World Bank, yeah, they probably won't listen. Or they'll say, oh, can you join up with so and so, and then we'll fund you. But if we went right from day one and said, hey, this is Startup Uganda, and all of us are on the same table, everyone trusts each other, because that's also one of the things that lacks in this ecosystem, the lack of trust in each other.
Yeah.
That when you're partnering with another hub, you're thinking, are they going to backstab me? Are they going to do this? We need to put all that aside. If we're to grow this ecosystem, we need to put it all aside and look at the bigger picture. Rather than saying, I want Hive Collab to grow and be better. For me, that's not the case. The case for me is the ecosystem growing? Have I been part of contributing to that journey that has made us startups get onto the map? That is good for us. And so we need to start working together in the true sense of partnership, of collaboration, and get away from this.
In order for me to succeed, you have to lose.
That's not how it works. It's like if I'm an investor and I have 5 million to invest, and I meet Yunga, sorry for using you as an example, and I meet Yunga, and you pitch to me, and I think Yunga is worth $500,000 US, and that's what I'm ready to invest based on what you have pitched to me. Even if I have 5 million and there's no other startup in Uganda, I'm not going to give you 5 million because your worth or your value to me as an investor is 500K. So it doesn't hurt for Yunga to say, oh, by the way, there's Boringo Fresh, there's MScan, there's ShareCard that's also available for investment. Can I make an introduction? A lot of these investors work with introductions. If I know Yunga and I've invested in them and they've been good, I'm going to rely on them and listen to their word because I'm in an ecosystem I don't know and don't understand very well. But their word then, that introduction becomes your core startup or like other startups' ticket to investment. So we need that kind of trust and collaboration also to make this work.
I think if I may add on, as an ecosystem partner, is the difficulty of raising local capital, because the majority of the capital that we are raising has been international capital, and they have a threshold under which they will not operate. Where and in one of the missing partners, I think, is that local capital that actually understands scaling of startups and what is going to need at seed, pre-seed. Angel investing kind of capital. That money is there.
Definitely
but I think organizing, and Joshua, what you mentioned, mindset change is not only in government, but it's all over in the private sector as well. So before I move on to the next questions, do we have questions from the audience for our partners here on the panel? We have a microphone that is moving around. We have 1, 2 questions that we can take. Kindly stand up, introduce yourself, make your question brief so that we can pull in as many questions as possible.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elvis Kadama, co-founder and CEO at Ysau Africa. My question goes to the panelists from NITAU. We are building startups which are tech-enabled, and we are having a challenge of internet. What are you doing as NITA Uganda to regulate the speed at which internet is consumed? These days, MTN and Airtel, they seemed to increase data bundles, but the rate at which these MBs or GBs are consumed is really very high, and it's affecting the operation of our startups. The second question is, what is NITA doing to make internet reliable? Because these days, at least, internet can go off 3 times a month, and it's really affecting startups or businesses that are internet related. Thank you very much.
I think you're very generous with 3 times a month there. Try 3 times a day, but you know.
Thank you. I'm Colonel Nelson Mandela, and I'm the CEO and the founder of a company called Stanfield Commodities Exchange Limited. We do coffee validation. Well, mine actually, I think she talked about something which is very critical, where you find startups go for grants, then you go with that mindset that from this program, I'm going to look for this grant and all that. And if you look at, I would give one example of, right now, we got some partnership with Private Sector Foundation, but the way they structure the financing, they do it in such a way that you also play a role as a partner in contributing some shares. Like, I'm going to give you like $100,000, but I'm going to pay 80%, and then you pay 20%, sort of like grant matching, which makes you to change your mindset. If I'm giving you grants, you will be forced to look for the 20% somehow. And that will, again, remove that mindset of, because I've seen startups that have raised like even $500,000, and they have collapsed, and even in investment. So my question is like, how can we best structure the financing and the support and the subsidies for the startup to survive beyond just only a grant, so that even if I'm in the program of YSA and I didn't win maybe investment, I'm able to move my startup ahead, like in other businesses. Thank you.
Okay. Joshua, I don't know if you want to take that internet question now.
Thank you, Elvis, for that question on internet. The regulator of internet in this country is UCC. For the private players like MTN, Airtel, most of these private ISPs or internet service provider. But as NITA, where we come in, some of the challenges that we've been seeing, like Barbara mentioned, is a silo-based nature of approach in terms of most of these big issues. But our contribution to the internet space as NITA is that we built the backbone for the country, and we are extending fiber to almost all public offices, but plus private businesses like banks, most of these companies out there. We are not an ISP to the public, as in to individuals. We only an ISP to government or public agencies. That's why when you go to a hospital or a school or a government agency, you'll find it with a stable connection, and that's internet provided by NITA. But I think there's a campaign that MTN made recently, and Airtel. They're trying to create awareness around how the citizens can check their usage patterns, especially when it comes to how most of these data bundles are exiting or depleting on their lines. And we've made a research that one of the biggest problems is user-driven,
we tend to open a lot of apps, a lot of applications, keep them running. Most of our systems run back-end solutions or apps. So you find that you're just looking at WhatsApp, but there are 20 or 13 applications running in the background. And I think one of the biggest challenges has been awareness creation on our side to try and create awareness on how best you can limit access of most of these applications, because most of these applications are data-driven. Even when you're not consuming TikTok, in the background, it's consuming your data. So how do you stop most of these background applications not to consume that data? But then also, there are mechanisms or strategies where you can check and know as a user how your data has been used across different applications. So UCC is doing that. But for us as NITA, we also, how we are bringing the desired impact in terms of affordability and reduction of price is that when we came into this space, we've seen that our biggest investments in extending the backbone have also resulted to a reduction in internet prices. Because most of these ISPs, there are regions, there are places that never used to go to, and most of those people were left out, the people that we call the unserved and underserved communities out there. But we've tried to extend to those spaces, and through our collaborations with private ISPs, we try to bring them even closer to these people, these communities. What drives price and affordability are the numbers, basically. The more internet users we get or we connect in this country, the lower the prices that they will be. So we've seen that in the recent years, our internet users as a country have grown and increased to around 50% now. So we believe that when you randomly sample 10 Ugandans or 100 Ugandans, half of that population is using internet. But how do we get to 100% of all Ugandans to be able to use or currently use internet, either for their phones or their computers or their tablets or any other devices? So when we drive usage, that will automatically bring down costs and prices around internet. Thank you.
So if I may push back a little bit on the bundle usage, their idea. Most of all the tech ecosystem is moving to where most apps are running all the time. In order for them to be useful to the user, they have to run all the time. The position, what I'm hearing you say from government, is that internet users are using the internet wrong. They need to stop these apps that are...
They're not using it wrong, but they're not limiting access to which application uses internet.
But that's what I'm saying. Innovation is moving one direction, but then you're wanting them to move the other direction. You get? Because if all of those apps need internet, it seems to me the tech ecosystem, the internet suppliers need to also move to that direction. By that, I mean moving away from these profitable, very, very profitable bundle systems that are a burden to users to more unlimited internet bundles, subscription services. I pay one fee per month, I let my apps run. I think that's the movement where the internet is actually going, because most of these guys are building apps that need the internet to be running all the time. It's not because they're designed wrong, that's the way the tech ecosystem need to actually run. If UCC was here, I would tell them, but since you represent government, I think that's your sister organization. You can take that feedback over to them. Barbara, did you want to answer the question on, could you repeat the question, Mandela? I think it was more of a comment on grantpreneurship.
Yeah, my question was like, how best can we structure the financial support so that startups can survive beyond just one program to another?
Okay.
I think in the long run, as an ecosystem, we need to support entrepreneurs by opening up more doors. Teddy spoke about most of our money coming from abroad. Even when you look at the grants, they're all coming from international organizations. Maybe government has NISP, not sure if that's still running. But we need to have access to a variety of investment options at whatever stage your business is at. So if you're at seed, early stage, scale of growth and all that, we need to have different investment vehicles. And that starts with having candid conversations. Like Teddy spoke earlier, we do have local investment, or the possibility at least of having local investment. But most of the people that have the money are putting it in real estate. It's like that's the only thing everyone sees. And these buildings are empty. Teddy and I were driving over here and we were looking at all these empty buildings and we're thinking, imagine the investment that has been put in that. If these investors believed in the potential of the ecosystem of the startups in this country, they would be investing this money. But for that to happen, again, I want to push it back to government. They need to see that government is also putting money where its mouth is. So we need the government to lead the way in investing. We need then private sector to also see that value and come on board. What I saw in Korea, it's mainly the government that's driving investment in the businesses through grants and actual investment for equity or debt in these businesses. And I feel like that is where we need to go. But we also need to expose the growth and the potential of our businesses. Most of these, let's say, would-be angel investors don't know about the businesses. We still have the old mentality that we don't have anything good coming out of Uganda, all innovations are coming from abroad. We need to show, and I think that starts with us as the stakeholders that I talked about, private sector, entrepreneurship support organizations, bringing these would-be investors to the table. I would love to see Evita Toure sitting into a room and listening to investors, listening to Mr. Park who has invested. Because when they see that, then they will see that, oh, if someone in Korea has seen this value, then maybe there is something, this is where we could put our money. So we need to have more of that dialogue and bringing these potential investors into the room. And also banks, to offer favorable finance, not where they are at right now with all the demands and all the stringent guidelines and rules they have. We need to be able to show them that it's possible and open up those doors. Yeah.
And not to mention that the biggest driver of growth is also revenue for those companies. So that investment needs to be geared towards opening up more revenue generating activity for the businesses to help sustain you. So definitely sell more coffee. Mm-hmm. We had one more question on this side.
All right, thank you. My name is Jimmy Oyuni. I'm the team lead at Tourism. We are an agri-business aggregation in two pulses and grain. So my question is, how best do we improve the public-private partnership that we see to ease the process in terms of certification and obtaining licenses? As you see, most of the agencies are scattered. How best, say for NITA, bring in the inter-agency cooperation? Thank you.
Okay, who would like to take that? Rita?
I mean, when we speak about certification, I have to look at Josh because he's best suited to speak about the certification. But maybe from a startup perspective, you must understand if you're building a business that is meant to scale, you must comply. You must understand what are some of those compliance needs that are necessary for your business and at what point in time. And this really comes down to understanding your model and your business model and what are the requirements that come along with what you're building. And just to add to Mandela's question on the financing vehicles, even from a startup perspective, yes, our ecosystem is floating with grants, but if you are building a business based on the grants that are available, you're not building a business, you know. If you are still at the same point after receiving X amount of grant and the next year you're still doing the same thing, that means there's a problem with your model as well, you know. Cash is king at the end of the day. A grant is just, I wouldn't say patient, but it's just a really great way for you to unlock some of your challenges that unlocks the next level of revenue generation for you. If your business is not built on revenue and on client, if it does not make sense to your market, if you do not have users and you're constantly utilizing grants, you need to question the model. As much as the grants are there, what are you building for? What is your why? Then you'll move around for grant to grant to grant.
But we also need to talk about how expensive
Yes.
grants are.
Yeah.
It's not money that you pay back, financially, but
Yes.
it's extremely expensive
Yeah.
on a human resources perspective
Correct.
in terms of reporting, and that eats up a lot of
Your time.
and your cycles to success.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it comes down to your why. Why are you doing what you do?
Yeah.
Why are you building this business? Because then you'll go from Hive Collab to X Hub to that hub. Which one speaks to what your current business need is? And once you've received what you need to, then you have to understand what's the next level for me. But certification, I mean, the government guy.
Yeah, maybe you can speak to that, Joshua.
On certification, we've revived our certification guidelines, and startups pay only 100,000.
Have you spoken to UNBS? Have you had a coffee and discussed this? Do they agree?
This is for IT companies, not UNBS, not any other licensing frameworks, but for NITA, we do license and certify IT companies and products in this country. So we've reduced that specifically for startup and all startups. The highest you can pay for that certificate per year is 100K. Yes.
But Joshua, let me push.
And you're revising it further.
No. Let me push you on this one. You are government. Can you talk to your sister UNBS reduce for startups, right? Because some of these guys are really suffering getting their products out there, and they need the certification in order to increase distribution, which increases cash. As we say, cash is king. But government again is standing in the way because UNBS is extremely expensive.
I've actually faced a challenge with UNBS. I've applied for a license. I had a supply. I think I got a contract from UAE to supply a certain product, and I was told I need a UNBS license. I applied. They came and did a site inspection, and it took 6 or 7 months to get that certificate.
Yeah.
And by the time I got the certificate, the offtake of the products had actually switched to another company, so I lost that contract.
Yeah.
So what startups are going through is actually a very deep problem. We have a lot of silos within government, and I think this is a discussion that we can take off from here as a learning point.
Yeah.
That for all licensing frameworks for startups, we need to harmonize and have one licensing framework, and it's just a one go-to area where all startups can go to and pick each and everything they need on just one go. So you don't need to go to UNBS, you don't need to go to UCC, you don't need to go to data protection. I believe most of you are running startups that collect personal data. There's also 100,000 for a data protection certificate. We've tried to automate most of these frameworks or these licensing schemes. You don't actually need to come to NITA, but I believe there is a lot that is within other mandates, other jurisdictions across government that we need to harmonize. So I think we can take it from here as one of the learning points from this program and the engagements and the collaborations that we have to try and build one licensing framework for all startups that each and every startup can plug to, and you have assigned people within these entities. If at all, if it needs a desk officer at any of these institutions to at least handle issues of startups, that can be done.
Okay.
Joshua, just to add on to that, NITA is charged with digitizing government agencies or e-government, right? I think for me, what I would love to see is not having to provide my details to each entity that I go to. If I am registered with URSB, UNBS should be able to pick that information directly from there. When I come and give you my national ID as the founder of company X that's registered with URSB, then they should just be able to pull up my national ID and get access to all that information. So I guess that would also reduce how many months it takes them to verify, to do all this stuff. And also the other thing that we would love to see government do with URSB, and I know you're not from URSB, but this whole thing of every company you own having to have an e-box, like, surely.
I was not going to touch that, Barbara. I was not.
You did mention, Barbara, something to do with the integration of all systems. And that's something that we've done at NITA. We've developed the UG Hub, a platform that integrates all these key systems across government. And this system allows for seamless sharing of data and information. When you go to passport.go.ug and you just supply your NIN, it's going to pick all this information that is within other systems across government that is needed to process your passport. The same is done when you go for a driving license, when you go for any other application. Even with the system at URSB, that integration is available for that system. What we are doing as government, together with World Bank and other partners, we're actually going to extend and enhance the capabilities of the UG Hub system to be able to integrate all the systems within government. So we're at around 30 or 40% of the systems that are being integrated, but we believe when we reach 100% of all systems within the government being on that one platform or the data integration platform, we believe most of these issues will be done and resolved. So it's work in progress. There's a lot that is happening within these institutions, but the rate at which it's happening it's something that we are checking as NITA to be able to carry the whip and organize and streamline most of these processes across public entities. But also what I need to advise is that there are feedback mechanisms at most of these entities. Please try and report, try and provide that feedback. It's very critical for deriving and changing how policy is done. If you get challenges, don't sit on those challenges. Try and expose these institutions. We have social media platforms. Try and bring these institutions to account to you because they are typically serving the citizens. So if you get challenges with any of these systems, there's downtime, have not been given assistance, please try and raise your voices, let your voices be heard. These systems will be back and running. If it needs sacking of most of these CEOs, they will quit their jobs and be able to provide the best service to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to apologize. The conversation was so enthralling that I, forgot to actually monitor time, and we have actually run out of time. I did want to give our partner one last closing comment. There was a question I've been burning to ask you, Mr. Deyi, since Barbara mentioned that government is investing leading the way in investing in the private sector. Can you give us a breakdown of how much government is investing versus private sector like Mr. Park?
Actually, the COSME also have a fund to the SMEs and also create COSME invest to the SME too. Most for SME, the 60 or 70% of debts are to the SME, and then about 20% or 30% will be invested to the SME.
Okay, all right.
But the surprising, the Korea government has a very big fund to invest to the SME. So it's combined with the venture capital. It's kind of a private sector. So I'm not sure is how much actual percent. But,
Yeah.
The Korean one usually have more relevance to the debt.
Okay, very good. The reason I was asking that because we have, in continuing the conversation on partnerships, I have one request. Could you, maybe in the future, as you are continuing to partner with Uganda, to please partner with government so that they can invest more in the tech ecosystem in Uganda? Ladies and gentlemen, that is our time. Thank you so much for this enthralling conversation. A round of applause for our panelists. Hopefully I didn't get anybody in trouble. This was an open discussion. Thank you so much for your candid feedback to the startups.
The panelists, if you could just stay back briefly for a quick photo of the panelists. I think the media team wants just to take a group photo. And as they take that photo, we will be then now transitioning into the award ceremony. We will be recognizing the cohort 4 startups that, of the YSA Uganda. And we will be doing that just about now. We can get some help from our crew here to move some things a bit, and then we will do that. For all the cohort 4 startups, if you could all come to the side over here, and this is how we're going to have this. It's going to be working very smoothly like a well-oiled machine. Okay? You'll hear the name of your company. You're going to walk forward, and then you'll join our guest on the stage, and you will be able to get your certificate, shake some hands, take a photo, and then come back down and wait with your certificate. And then once we do that with everyone, we'll then take a big group photo with some of our delegations from Korea and our partners, and that's it, okay? So when you hear your name as a founder, you hear the name of your company, you'll just walk straight to the stage, and then you'll be able to get your certificate. I'm just waiting for our colleagues here to help us move things a bit so that we have more space on the stage. But in the meantime, I'm going to request some 2 gentlemen here to just be on standby as well. They'll be joining us on stage to really help us with this award ceremony. From COSME, we'll be having the Vice President of COSME on the stage. And then also he's going to be joined from ITC by the recipient, who is going to be awarding the certificates as well. And I'm asking that the audio team should give us something ceremonial in the background as we celebrate the achievements of some of the startups. And hopefully the seeds of some future unicorns have been sown here. And we will be seeing those. All right, so let me just request from ITC, Escipion, to come on the stage. Also, the Vice President from COSME to join us on the stage for the award ceremony. Okay, do we have, and once we read the name of these companies, please cheer them up. They've been working tirelessly for the last 3 to 6 months, okay? So the first company up on stage will have Kari Renewable Cooperative. Do we have Kari Renewable? Yes. Kari Renewable. Okay. And then Ifika Technologies, if you could also come up. Ifika Technologies, are you here? All right. And when you hear your name, this is a youth startup academy, okay? Come up with vigor and energy, okay? All right? Yes, so when you hear your name, don't walk far, okay? Fantastic. Let's show that this is indeed the Youth Startup Academy.
All right, that is Ifika. Up next, yes, Hi Shule, come on standby. Hi Shule. Do we have a Hi Shule in the building? Aeroglide Technologies, be on standby. Aeroglide Technologies. Hi Shule. Aeroglide. And then Aniscola Career Hub Limited, be upstanding. Aniscola. Aniscola. And for those of you wondering, these companies went through 3 different stages. Stage 1 was about a week of intense boot camps. Then we had stage 2, another week of intense boot camps. And then through that, they went to stage 3, Ayera Creative. You could also show up, Ayera Creative. And during stage 3 was very intense, a lot of one-on-one sessions with the consultants and, King of Kings. Do we have King of Kings, multi-investments and consultancy? King of Kings, all right, they're here. Stage 3 of the YSU program is where these people get to really have very, very deep sessions with consultants in all aspects, business models and all of that. Wella Uganda. Wella Uganda. Okay. And all the companies appearing here today have gone through the entire program. So they've really earned these moments. Shade Naturals. Shade Naturals. Okay. Shade Naturals. Are they here? All right, all right. Okay. Let's join the stage. Your job is to just go all the way there, okay? You're the VIPs at this moment. Rich Education Services. Rich Education Services. Right. The Women Ecovasti. Make some noise for them. Zero Education. Zero Education. Fantastic. Let's also have Heritage Homeware. Heritage Homeware. Sense Consultancy Uganda. Sense Consultancy Uganda. All right, the house. And we also have Africado Industries Limited, extracting natural avocado oil from avocado seeds. The loving way you show me, private lounging in Paris, with expensive room service. No one make me do like this. Girl, I got you. And after this, we'll be seeing some of the consultants that have been working with these entrepreneurs. Very, very intense sessions. Let's have Bram Safety Solutions. Bram Safety Solutions. Happy Care. Happy Care. We have Happy Care. Right? And to give you an idea of some of the things that happen, a lot of these entrepreneurs during the one-on-one sessions had their entire business models dismantled and then rebuilt. And that is the depth of support that we are getting from the consultants through the YSU project. We have SMK Money Kind. These are the money guys. You can see how they work. SMK Money Kind.
love for love. There's nothing for any corporal. I never wanna lose this. To you I belong.
And we need the YSU applause, okay? So we are like, let's have some energy, okay? So let's try this. Smart Check Company Limited coming up on stage. Yes, let's make some noise for them. Fantastic. And these guys do some credit checking and all of that, okay? And then we have, now this is a female-founded enterprise, we have Tour Uganda SMC Limited. Tour Uganda, make some noise for them. They're doing value addition to cassava. Cassava is my favorite food, so I'm cheering for you. And we have some very nice beats coming in the background, so your name, you're allowed to come while dancing as well, okay? Safe Bango Technologies Uganda Limited. Safe Bango. Yeah. And then coming up next, Nutripal Company Limited. Nutripal. Do we have Nutripal? Make some noise for them. Come on, come on. Yes. Now for all of you lovers of chocolate, you need to make more noise for this company, and that is none other than Nile Chocolates Uganda Limited. There we go. If you didn't clap, you won't get free chocolates. And then coming up next, we have Natura's Nook Nutrition Limited. It's amazing to see all the female entrepreneurs here. Definitely breaking barriers. Fantastic. Okay. And up next, Mwana Ventures Company Limited. Let's make some noise from Mwana Ventures Company Limited. Is the founder? All right, there she is. Fantastic. Major's Farm Stores Limited. Major's Farm Stores Limited. Let's make some noise for them. Very good. Okay. And all these entrepreneurs had sessions with both local consultants, but also some of our international consultants from Korea, really taking them through very key aspects of the businesses. And coming up next is Stanfield Commodities Exchange. Stanfield. And this gentleman is called Nelson Mandela. All right, up next, RevMec. RevMec, the name is very precise, RevMec. Let's make some noise for them. RevMec does, I think, recycling and upcycling of batteries. If you're running low on energy, you need to talk to him because he makes power banks. So RevMec. Okay? All right. And up next, we have Ticket Technologies Limited. Let's make some noise for them. Come on, I want to see the energy in the room. Fantastic. It's only fair that the audience matches my energy, okay? So let us feed into each other, okay? All right, up next, Spal Foods Limited. Spal Foods Limited. Let's make some noise for Spal Foods Limited. Now, this entrepreneur has been trying from cohort 1 to cohort 2 to cohort 3, and they finally made it in cohort 4. Persistence in action. And up next, Nexa AI, Uganda's premier AI company. Nexa AI. Community. Fantastic. And of course, the next company here is no stranger in this house because today he made a public declaration signing away. That is Ysau Auto Rescue Limited. Ysau. Fantastic. So you can see cohort 4 and they've already closed an investment deal. That is what YSC is all about. And then up next we have Eurosat Group of Companies Limited. Eurosat. And is be ready to come back here and line up with your certificates. We'll be doing a group photo, okay? So come back on side with your certificates that you're ready for that. Linton Box Packaging Limited. Linton Box Packaging Limited. There we go. Packaging needs, they've got it sorted. Linton Box. And then we have up next, Kisofresh. Kisofresh Uganda Limited. Kisofresh. Fantastic. And we have coming up next, Pinatex Processing and Manufacturing Project. Pinatex. Pinatex. Fantastic. So all the graduates, if you could come with your certificates, please rise up and stand here on the side, okay? So that once we are done, we just have a smooth transition to the photo session. Casio Company Limited. Let's make some noise for Casio Company Limited. Graduates, if you could just line up here with your certificates. Like I said, this is gonna work like a well-oiled machine, okay? School ATM. Do we have school ATM in the house? School ATM. Do we have school ATM in the house? Walkover Education. Do we have Walkover Education? Okay. How about Wabibi Pads? We have Wabibi Pads in the house. Fantastic. Hound Deep Mind. Do we have Hound Deep Mind? Hound AI? Are they in the room? The Deep Mind? Do we have Hound AI? Okay. All right, I think that is it. So, ladies and gentlemen, those are the graduates from cohort 4. Let's have all of them walking to the stage. Okay. Let's have all of you on the stage. And the way we're gonna do it, you'll be joining the VP of COSME and ITC director, Ethiopian in the middle, and then we'll have all entrepreneurs here. And then let's also have our consultant, been working with our entrepreneurs, join us on stage. Okay. And then our colleagues from from COSME and MSS as well. Consultants, that includes you, Ms. Yuha. Our consultants, we need you as well. So these have been the mentors working with our entrepreneurs. So we're going to have a few lines. Let's have another line here at the front. Okay, our guests from Korea can join us up. Okay, fantastic. Who is the official photographer? Well, you should just raise, okay, so we can see, okay? So, is everyone in the frame? The media crew was suggesting that some of the people holding the certificates come on, and then some of us go up without certificates. Yeah? Yeah. So the entrepreneurs with certificates down, then we have the partners up. You want to see the certificates? Yeah. Yeah. So we just, yes. Okay? All right, so I think there's more space up now. Okay, so we'll have our partners here. We have COSME, MSS, very, very important. We have ITC. Okay. Do we have everyone? Okay. Okay. This is a very historic photograph, so we have to get it right, okay? Okay. Three, two, one, YSA! Okay, that was a practice, now the real one. 3, 2, 1, YSAU! Okay, another one. Okay, 3, 2, 1, YSAU! All right, one last one. This is very important. I'm told in Korea we have a nice sign. Do this, okay? So everybody, you got that? All right, good. Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1. YSA. With a sign, okay? With all the love from Korea, okay? Yay! All right, we have that. Thank you very much. Thank you, our partners from COSME and MSS. We may now have our seat. We are not yet done, but we're about to get there, okay? We'll do this after. Let's end up, okay? There'll be plenty of time for individual photos. So right about now, we will be doing one more important activity, which is really talking about the YSAU Alumni Association. We have a lot of alumni, a lot of graduates. I know some of you might be asking, so what happens after you graduate from the academy, okay? And we have something very exciting in stock for our alumni to really continue with this collaboration, but also providing support even beyond the project as a sustainability component of it. Now, I'm going to invite to the stage partners from Hive Collab. We will have Ms. Barbara Mutabazi will come here and just tell us a bit about how this Alumni Association program of the YSU fits into the sustainability program of this particular project. And then every cohort, so we have about 4 cohorts. In the first cohort, we had about 10 finalists. In the second cohort, third, all the way to the 4th. And each of the cohorts democratically voted and selected their own representatives. And we shall also get to acknowledge those representatives here. Now, this is going to be the core group of people who will really be championing the programming in collaboration with Hive and all the other partners to ensure that the community stays alive and that there are a lot of things happening for other entrepreneurs. So let me invite to the stage Ms. Barbara to kind of just give us a few highlights, okay, about the YSAU Alumni Association. And thereafter, we shall introduce the different representatives of each cohort. We have 2 representatives from each cohort, 1 representative and a deputy. And like I said, these have been selected by their own peers within their cohort to represent them and to organize them. And that is going to be one of the key aspects of the Alumni Association. And we hope that in the future we'll see some of these collaborations going, and we'll be contacting some of the counterparts in Korea as well from YSA in Korea. But this is the start of the Alumni Association to ensure that there is a bit of sustainability. So Barbara, over to you.
Thank you so much, Rob. Earlier on, when I came onto this stage, I talked about the importance of continuity of collaboration, especially among the 1,023 businesses that we have supported in this program. And not just the 1,000 that we've supported, it's also going to be the ones that will continue to go through the different cohorts that we're going to run forward. We want that collaboration and working together to continue, but also as an official way for us as Hive Collab to continue to support you. We envision this alumni community being a voice for entrepreneurs across the country. You become the voice, especially the representatives of each cohort. You become the voice of other entrepreneurs across the country. Okay. You become the voice for other entrepreneurs across the country, because when we go to government, we want to go with you guys, we'll go with your representatives. So we want who's been part of this to be active in this community. These are going to be your representatives who speak what's going on and let us know how else we can support you. If you're trying to get an investor who's, I don't know, maybe in the US or the UK or wherever, we will do everything within our power to get that investor onto the continent so that they can meet with you. If you're trying to get into one office, these representatives are the ones who are going to come and tell us, here's what we need from you as Hive Collab, as ITC, as government of Uganda. That is what this community is for. So we want you to be active. If there are networking events that you want to be part of, or the ones that we'll see, maybe Madika is doing an event. Part of what this community will do is to get you guys into these rooms with these investors, with these people who you need to be speaking to so that your businesses move forward. If it is the Jitex Globals and all that, we'll still be coming back to you when we have the resources to be able to take you still. But that starts with you being active in this community. Rob, I need... Yeah, so we need you guys to be active in this. It's going to run virtually on WhatsApp, but also we'll have physical meetups, not just in Kampala, but regionally. And when we invite you, please show up. Take the time off. There is power in networking. Your social capital is your biggest net worth. Who you know. And don't just look at your fellow startups and say, who's going to be there? Or it's just a startup not going. You don't know who they know. You might share a challenge and they know the person who you're looking for on a personal basis. They may not be best in that ministry or that office that you're looking for, but they know them. Maybe they are an uncle and they can introduce you to that uncle. It's about who you know in anything in this world. Just like you have a Gamba Nogu. Let your fellow startups be your Gamba Nogu. Build this. I have seen this work in other countries, and I know that it can succeed if we all work together. So we already selected the representatives from each cohort, 2 of them. We would like to honor you because it's not easy to take up a leadership mantle. To whom much is given, much is expected. So if this doesn't work, we're not going to look at the 1,000. We're looking at the ones who have been selected to make this work. You're going to be responsible for building a successful community, of course with support from Hive Collab. Like I said, our support is going to be financial to the community where you tell us, we want to organize an event in Mbara, we want to meet all the alums, we will do that. We want to invite ministry of this to that event, we will be your spokespeople for that. We want to get into a room with URSB and tell them our challenges, we will get URSB into the room. We want local investors, we will get them into the room. It depends on how you want to build it. So we are throwing it at you. What kind of community do you want to build? And we will support you to build this. So I want to invite the VP of MSS to the stage so that we can issue these certificates to the representatives. And this certificate, I want you to put it where you can see it almost every day as a reminder that much trust has been placed in you, and we expect much to come from you who are going to represent this. Oh, sorry. VP for Cosme. I do apologize on that mistake. So this is very simple. I'm going to call out the names, and he will hand you the certificate. shake your hand, take a picture to prove we gave you that certificate, or we place that honor and that responsibility into your hands, and much will be expected from you. May I have David Matsiko from Boringo Fresh and Isaac Odong, Organic Root.
Let's make some noise for them. These are the cohort 1 representatives.
Yes, representing cohort 1. So from cohort 2, may we have Octavius? Kindly stay on the stage. We just want to take a picture. Octavius Niwazire from cohort 2. Cohort 2, we have another gentleman, Geoffrey, but Geoffrey unfortunately is not here today. However, we are also holding him accountable in his absence. Then from cohort 3, we have Devin Itaji and Katuha Grace. I'm so happy to see some female representatives. So Devin and Grace. From cohort 4, may I have Akelo Cleopatra and Gloria Wendy Musimenta. So happy to see ladies as part of the leadership. It's very key and close to my heart. All right, may I have all of you guys back just to take a picture?
Yes, let's make some noise for them. So these are the people who will be representing the alumni. So let's look at them carefully because they're going to be the representatives, okay?
All right, thank you guys so much. And I will have one of the representatives speak very briefly on behalf of the group. Yeah.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon, friends. It's an honor to stand before you today as... Okay, sorry about that. All protocol observed. Good afternoon, friends. My name is Akelo Cleopatra, and I'm the founder of Natural Organics. It's an honor to stand before you today as the cohort 4 alumni representative, and I must say you're looking exceptionally smart. So allow me to thank COSME, ITC, NITA Uganda, and all the other partners. Please let's appreciate them for their tremendous work that they have done. It is through your vision and support that we have had an opportunity to put up our business ideas into something that is tangible. When we look back to when we joined the program, we all had different dreams and purposes. To some, it was a desire to solve issues in the community. And to others, it was about building a sustainable business that would create jobs and impact others. But regardless of the goal, we were all eager to learn, grow, and make an impact. To the entire YSAU team and our consultants, thank you so much for the commitment, for the patience, and your mentorship. It has really done so much, and most of us have pushed through boundaries we thought that we would not achieve. Thank you so much. So as entrepreneurs, we not only celebrate this remarkable day and this journey that we have achieved together, but we also stand as leaders ready to make a difference. So my fellow graduates and entrepreneurs, as we step forward into a new chapter, please let's not forget the lessons that we have learned. Let's keep collaborating, as Barbara was saying, and let's keep in touch. Allow me to congratulate you once again, and I wish you more and more strides ahead and more possibilities in the future. Thank you so much.
Let's give them another round of applause. All right, all right.
All right.
So Teddy.
Yes, sir.
Day one is pretty much done.
In the bag.
That's right, that's right. So clap hands for yourself for making it all the way to this point. And see, in the morning we gave you a sort of a highlight of what to expect today. And I hope that this day has, lived up to your expectations, okay? Teddy.
Yeah.
I want us to kind of briefly, just by way of giving an overview and perhaps a summary of what happened today, just share maybe some of the highlights for the day. How do you think we can do that?
Way too many things.
I'll ask you two things only, okay? Two highlights. What are the two things that really stood out for you? And I'll also share mine too.
As you noticed earlier, we can talk all day about these things. But I think for me, two highlights that came out today. And this is important when one of them, is a testament to when you ask for what you need, there's more likely a chance of you getting it than when you didn't ask for it. We asked for cheaper internet. Government came through and said that they're going to do it. Now, our job is to hold them what? Accountable. Not so. Where's Joshua? Where's Joshua? So he can take his message to his brothers that his government brethren came here and told us that cheaper internet is actually coming. And my challenge to you was, will you be ready when that cheap internet comes? Because that will be no longer a reason for you not performing as a business. Internet is too cheap. Connectivity is too expensive. We can't reach our farmers. We can't reach our customers, etc. That will be solved. I think infrastructure investment is where we actually look at more successes in the ecosystem. That means we can multiply the number of customers that we can reach. We can multiply the impact that we can deliver. Expand the number of markets we can actually engage in, and the types of businesses that we can actually see coming out. And I think cheaper internet also paves the road for that unicorn that we're looking for in the ecosystem. If it's cheaper for customers to get on board and participate with your product, then the faster customer acquisition becomes. So that is huge announcement. So we hope that all of you hold government accountable to making sure that that reality is delivered. Number two, that was extremely important for us to announce today was that this is not the end. This is not the end. Phase 2 is coming in January, and I hope that you guys are going to be ready. If you think we kicked butt in cohort 1 through 4, wait until phase 2. Because without us pushing you to the limits, we will not see a unicorn rise out of this ecosystem. And it takes you putting in the work for us to actually be able to do what? To squeeze that juice out of the fruit that you are. Because we really think you have the potential for us to get there. And I would love nothing more than to be on this stage the very same way that we signed Easy Ride to an investment deal, to make sure that that is not the only investment deal that we actually announce for that day. So what's coming in 2025 is a lineup of investment deals that we can actually do in this ecosystem. But you know for now that all of the work that we've been putting into you is actually paying off. It can actually pay off if you listen to the guidance, if you figure out what EBITDA is. How many of you actually understand now what EBITDA is? All right? A round of applause to Mr. Barry. Barry, stand up. Barry, stand up. Mr. EBITDA is right there, and he's responsible for you understanding why that number is extremely important for you as a startup founder. Those are my two most important. What about you? What are the two things that you came out of today's event?
So Teddy, before I share my two highlights, I think we should really take just a moment to recognize some of the people who have been working behind the scenes with our entrepreneurs.
Absolutely.
The consultants. So they're all sitting together interestingly. So if you could just rise up, Patrick, Moses, and the entire crew over there. These have been the heroes behind the scenes, really working.
These are my uncles. Please come up here. Please come up here. You guys need your flowers. You guys need your flowers.
Yeah.
Come up here.
So
please come up here.
Been working very hard
come.
with the entrepreneurs. Yes.
Where's Uncle Mo? Where's Uncle Mo? Uncle Mo, if you're in the room, you need to come back
get
up.
some coffee, I believe.
I hope he went to get some coffee. But guys, come up here.
Just to kind of
You
take
need
a
to be
look at them,
recognized.
okay? Because they've been doing some tremendous work, and a lot of you entrepreneurs are still, you've built a relationship with them. I believe will continue even beyond YSU for your businesses. Okay, that's very key. One of the entrepreneurs told me this. I'm just going to share this, but I think actually it was Isaac from Israel. He said that a few years ago, he wanted to meet one of these entrepreneurs. One of the consultants. But the price they told him was beyond this call. He couldn't afford to actually get the service of one of these consultants. And then comes YSAU, he walks into the boardroom at Hive Collab, and he sees all of them there. He was over the moon, accessing the consultant he couldn't afford. Now, he could have free access to him, thanks to YSAU. And that is the incredible work here, okay?
And none of this would have been possible without the team at ITC. Rita, thank you so much. Even yourself, have to thank you for organizing the partnership that brought this team together to make sure that we gave all of the resources to this team to make sure that we really provided you all of that resources that you actually needed. Mr. Legal, thank you for joining the team. I think you were the busiest among us in this cohort, and in making sure that that we really put in the work to making sure we really got the best out of you, and all of you really came out and took advantage of that. However, you have, I don't know, just over 24, 48 hours or so to put in your last questions. Otherwise, after that, we're sending you a bill. Yeah?
Get an invoice.
Okay, a round of applause one more time.
A round of applause. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
Take your seats. Okay, so Teddy, for me, my two highlights, the first one really was what happened on stage here, what we just witnessed. The signing of the investment deal between Ventureport and Israel was easily one of my highlights for the day.
Absolutely.
Because I think that is one of the key things we've been focusing on this entire project.
Show me the
ensuring
money.
that we really prepare our startups for investments.
Yes.
And to see that happening. Actually, what is even more interesting is that this was a cohort 4 company, okay, signing the investment deal
during
on their
the
graduation
cohort.
day. That's
During the
amazing.
cohort.
So that's very, for me, that was a big highlight.
Yeah.
But secondly, I think for me, the results that were being shared in the morning, one of the key ones that really stood out for me when Valerio mentioned some of the preliminary data regarding the employment, the jobs that have been created. Close to 3,700 jobs already in the bag.
But what the key thing that we don't understand about that 3,000 jobs,
right?
Every job in this country that if you're a salary earner in this country, you know that there's an African tax to that job.
Absolutely.
So that means that 3,000 jobs were 7 to 10 people that are supported in this country.
That's right.
That is the impact number. Exactly. That is the impact number that we actually need to. The more jobs we create, the more people that are supported in. That is downward impact of your job creation activities. Private sector can build communities.
In other words, what Teddy is trying to say is that the impact of this goes beyond the 3,700. There are a number of households depending on the salaries now, right, on these wages being earned. So for me, that was a very, very key highlight for the day as well. So I think that's it in terms of what our highlights were. And we hope that gives you kind of a sense of what really transpired today. For those of you who joined us in the afternoon, now you have an idea of what you missed out perhaps. But Teddy, this is not the end of it, okay?
Nope.
Before we leave here, we're going to have, of course, cocktails and all that. But before we talk about the cocktail and all of that, what is happening tomorrow?
So tomorrow we have. I mean, we saw a preview today of all of the panel discussions that were deep and rich in information that you actually needed to have. Tomorrow we are going to focus on you guys. Tomorrow we are going to give you the stage. We're going to have panel discussions that are going to include the uncles, all of the mentors that were participating in this program. We're going to hear from multiple entrepreneurs from the different cohorts about the program to kind of wrap up and give us the best of what they got out of the program and what was the worst, as a way to kind of bridge the gap into how do we make this ecosystem a little bit better, how do we make YSAU even better. But mostly what I'm looking forward to tomorrow is the final pitch session for the selected startups that are going to be pitching. Please, a round of applause for those of you that are ready.
Pitch. Very good.
3 months of acceleration and slide deck design and pushing you this and product market fit, and Uncle Patrick. I'm sure you're sick of Uncle Patrick over there. Eh? Where is the product market fit? Eh? What are you selling? What is the problem that you are solving? What is the problem? Eh? That is Uncle Patrick there, right? And then Barry over there. Hey, your predictions are not correct. Yeah? And then team, they're forcing you about team, about impact. All of that gets to come together tomorrow on this wonderful stage for those of you that put in the work to deserve to be here. But ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, that is not the last that you will be on the stage. This will be the first time that you are on a stage. Because after this begins your pitching journey. Because you're going to need a lot more pitches in the ecosystem to every investor, because you as the founder are the #1 salesperson for your business. And tomorrow you get to show off your skills. How well can you sell your business, right? Because you get to do two things. You get to sell your company to customers and you get to sell your company to investors. Show us tomorrow that we did the job of getting you ready. So those are the two things I'm really excited about tomorrow. The panel discussions between the startups and the mentors, as well as the pitching sessions that we're actually going to have, and then obviously the closing session. But not only just tomorrow, but today I'm also looking forward to all of those bottles we have outside being emptied.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And for me, one of the things I'm looking forward to tomorrow is going to be in the morning. We have an actual demo day. And this is not just any other. It's going to be a hybrid event where we'll be having our entrepreneurs pitching here with investors in Korea, actually, joining live over Zoom. So for those of you who are going to be part of that morning session, especially the pitches with the YLM Invest, make sure you're here on time, because we're going to start at exactly 9 a.m. So you want to be here, set up, and all of that before that, okay? Very, very important. There are about 12 companies. We're going to be pitching to our investors in Korea. 6 of them will pitch first. The other 6 will be having one-on-one sessions with Korean investors, okay, via Zoom. And then when they finish, they'll come and pitch live here, but also being streamed to Korean investors on the other side in Korea. And then the other group will be having the one-on-one sessions with the investors from Korea. That's very, very, very exciting. And if you're one of those 12 entrepreneurs who will be pitching in the morning, again, be here on time, because we are going to start on time. There are going to be 2 time zones involved, okay? East African time and Seoul time. Yeah. And we're going to keep Seoul time, not East African time, okay?
Tomorrow we are not running on East African time, please. If you are here by 8:30, you are late. Are you hearing me? If you are here by 8:30, you are late. Are we together? Please do not embarrass yourself. Do not miss this opportunity. right? If you're here by 8:30 tomorrow morning, you are late. Please be on time. None of this, the taxis were late, there was rain, my Uber didn't come, Be on time.
Fantastic. And with that, and also for those entrepreneurs, just a quick announcement before you leave. Make sure you see, Caro and the team, because we have to again go over the logistics of tomorrow. It's really, really important that we get it right, because it's going to be a bit of, technical aspects involved. So before you leave, make sure you see either myself or Caro, so we can brief you about how tomorrow is going to happen. But most important thing is to be here on time, okay? And with that, Teddy,
No, my
Not
friend.
yet?
We are
Okay.
rude. We are
Okay.
rude. We are rude. We are rude. How can we finish today's session without mentioning the people that makes this system run? We cannot forget this system. I need two people to get up on the stage. Viana, please join us. And Carol, where are you?
Yes.
Carol, bring Carol out here. We cannot leave this program today without giving Carol her virtual flowers and Viana her virtual flowers. These two ladies have done the work of coordinating every meeting, every one-on-one session, every panel discussion, every training session, organizing all of those spreadsheets that you see behind the scenes, the powerful duo that has been putting all of that together. Ladies and gentlemen, Viana and Carol.
That's right.
Ladies, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how many training programs you took in Excel to put all of those numbers together, but you do a wonderful job of making sure that the consultants have everything that we need in terms of making sure that we are delivering on time, that the sessions are organized, that all of the documents have been organized. I must say, even for those that didn't deliver, it wasn't because you didn't do your job. So thank you very much for making this system work, because without you, I know it would be chaos. It would be chaos. So one more round of applause.
Let's give them a round of applause. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
All right, without further ado, I think we're keeping these guys from their libations and networking, right?
Yes.
I think after this, after solving all of your EBITDA problems and your product market fits, I think you need to solve your sober questions. Right out there, and go solve the world's problems, okay? Let's go have an excellent networking time. Thank you, all of you, for being here.
Yeah, and we invite you. So the cocktail is going to be at the terrace right as you exit the conference center. Right in front of it, that's where the cocktail is going to be, okay? Drink responsibly. We have another session tomorrow, and let's have fun, okay? Thank you, and thanks to everyone for making it up to this time. Thank you to our partners from Korea, from Cosme, and MSS,
and
for staying
ITC,
all the way through.
and Hive
ITC,
Collab.
Leo, Scipion, thank you very much for being here the entire time. Let's go and have a good time, and I'll see you all tomorrow in the morning. Bye.